We'll call to order the October 18th, 2022 meeting of the Indian River County Board of County Commissioners. At this time, it's my pleasure to invite the Reverend Dr. Crystal Bujol up to the podium. She will be providing us with the invocation this morning. That'll be followed by the Pledge of Allegiance led by myself. And we will begin this meeting with a moment of silent reflection for our first responders and members of the armed forces. Would everyone please rise?
And having given honor to our first responders, I've been asked to give the invocation this morning, and so I ask you to open your eyes, lift your heads, because I want to invoke the goodness within each of you, within each of us. I want to honor the God of your understanding, that all-knowing, all-powerful, all-benevolent God. And as you go through your activities today, I want to help you remember that within you there is so much goodness. And that's the goodness that I'm honoring when I ask you to go through the day knowing that goodness within yourself. And so if you would take a look at what I'm going to show you, and to those who are willing to participate, I ask you to do so as we invoke the goodness within each of you. And it's very simple. If you'll just stretch your hands out to the extent you can, and know that that circle around you is overflowing with the goodness within you, and lift that goodness. Just lift it up, and go back and scoop up some more, and lift it up, and do your daily activities today with this goodness. Make your decisions today with this goodness. If you are a policeman, if you're a commissioner, if you're a servant, whatever your position is, you have to make decisions for Indian River County residents. So do it with your goodness. And so it is. Amen.
Thank you, Reverend. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Reverend. Just a couple quick announcements before we get into the agenda. I would like to recognize we do have a couple of Sebastian City Council members here in the audience this morning. I see Fred Jones and Ed Dodd. So, gentlemen, welcome to our meeting. And just for the audience, we have a time certain this morning at 10:30 for a shade meeting with the county attorney. So once we get to 10:30, we may have to break off the agenda. We'll go to the shade meeting, and we'll come back in about 45 minutes or so, I think, and then resume the meeting. But we will be taking a time certain there at 10:30. Commissioners, we had a deletion of item 8D from the agenda. Are there any other additions, deletions, or emergency items for the agenda?
Mr. Chair, move approval as amended.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Flesher, second by Commissioner Moss. All in favor signify with aye. Aye. Any opposed? That carries 5-0. Our first presentation is a proclamation honoring the 2022-2023 Indian River County Fire Rescue Fire Medic, Engineer, and Lieutenant of the Year. And this is going to be presented by Vice Chair Ehrman. So, Commissioner, the floor is yours.
Chairman, I appreciate it. Where's Julian Figueroa? Stacy Zedek and Lieutenant Judson, come on down. Everybody else can come on in behind them.
Just stay right there at the podium. Yep.
Right there. Yep. Right there by the podium.
Awesome.
It's certainly my honor to read this proclamation today. While I didn't get a chance to work with Mr. Figueroa, I'm sure he's an asset to the department, or he wouldn't be here and wouldn't be named. But I did have the pleasure over many years working with Stacy Zedek and Lieutenant Judson for many years, and they've always been a huge asset to the department. With that being said, I'll talk some more after we're done, but I want to go ahead and read the proclamation as soon as y'all get your pictures done. Turn around. All right, proclamation. It's a proclamation honoring the 2022-2023 Indian River County Fire Rescue Fire Medic, Engineer, and Lieutenant of the Year. Whereas on December 17th, 1923, local volunteers established the first fire department in Indian River County. And whereas over the course of the past century, the department transitioned from volunteer to career personnel from a department crewed solely by trained firefighters to today's crew who are dual certified in firefighting and emergency medical response, as well as being trained in a multitude of specialized disaster response scenarios on both land and sea. And whereas in 2021, the leadership of Indian River County Fire Rescue reinstituted the longstanding tradition of annually recognizing those among their ranks who perform their duties in a manner that exemplifies a competency reflecting the highest of standards, supports fellow fire medics in achieving their goals, supports the department's policies, and regularly demonstrates the ability to lead or follow based upon the existing circumstances. And whereas Indian River County Fire Rescue is proud to announce the award recipients for 2022-2023, Fire Medic of the Year, Julian Figueroa, Engineer of the Year, Stacy Zedek, and Lieutenant of the Year, Jason Judson. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed by the Board of County Commissioners of Indian River County, Florida, that the board supports the efforts of our fire rescue department to publicly commend those members whose dedication, loyalty, productivity, and professionalism have been recognized by their co-workers. Be it further proclaimed that the Board of County Commissioners is grateful to all our Indian River County first responders and the valuable services they provide to the residents of our community. Adopted this 18th day of October 2022 and signed by our chairman, Chairman Peter D. O'Brien. So I want to thank each and every one of you and everybody here for doing the job you do. Like I said, well, Mr. Figueroa, while I didn't get a chance to work with you, I worked with Stacy for many years and, of course, Jason for many years. And if you're in this group, you're top-notch, because these two are top-notch. And I appreciate what they did and what they do and how they learned and how they matured into being leaders of the department and also leaders in the community and the things they do outside the department. So with that being said, it's an honor to have y'all here, and I'm very proud of the three of y'all for getting this award. It's not something that's just given lightly, so congratulations.
Very good. Chief?
Yes, we are very proud of these individuals, along with everyone else on our department, all the men and women who serve us each day, go out there and give their all. But we'd like to recognize these three for their extraordinary duties they perform on and off duty. They volunteer, they go out into the community, as Commissioner Ehrman has said, and we're just very proud of them and support them, and thank you for your support and the proclamation you've read today. Thank you very much. I'll turn it over to Fire Chief Dave Rattray for the awarding of the plaques.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
I want to thank you guys for taking the time for honoring our men and women in the fire service. We really do appreciate it. Let's go ahead and get started. Lieutenant Fire Medic of the Year, Jason Judson. Plaque, sir. Engineer Fire Medic, Stacy Zedek. Fire Medic of the Year, Julian Figueroa.
Absolutely. Y'all come on up.
look good in your dress wools.
It'd be better if we're standing so that we're
Congrats.
I'd like to get one with just the three, too. No, I would like to do one with the big group and then one with the three, if that's okay.
Wait, got more people
got two
coming
more
in.
rushing.
Come on.
Everybody peels off now. Great choice, Stacy.
Scoot in, keep going a little bit more.
He's standing in
Yeah,
front.
let's put the tall guy right in front of Commissioner Adams.
Yeah.
Always works that way.
All right.
Congratulations. We next have a proclamation for Community Planning Month, and I will be presenting to this. We have Phil Mattson, and I'm sure some other folks from Community Development. Come on up, Ryan, and who else is back there? Kelly, Brian, Andy, y'all come on down.
I'll check them all off one at a time. First of all, we ought to get planning uniforms. They look magnificent, and I want to thank our firemen. They look great. Okay. So I'm delighted to be here for the first ever proclamation acknowledging October as Community Planning Month. This is a nationwide effort, and it's really not an accident that we enjoy such an outstanding quality of life here in the county. Like the saying goes, if you fail to plan, you plan to fail. And we haven't failed. There are a lot of explanations for our quality of life here, but planning is at the central thread of everything. So it touches every aspect of life, from the air you breathe, the water you drink, the integrity of the roof over your head, the things you take for granted, the infrastructure, the roads, everything you do here, and we touch it. And by any measure, I think we've achieved something very, very special here in Indian River County. And before I introduce our guests who are going to receive the proclamation, I want to make a few personal observations and acknowledge staff. So a lot of you work one-on-one with our staff members, and a lot of members of the public do too. And I've been around the block a bit. I've had 4 planning jobs. I worked for the state. I worked for Port Authority. What a zoo that was. I worked for another county in Florida. And I can tell you, you guys are blessed with the best here. This is an incredible staff. They're dedicated. You know, Jason begins his budget presentations with, we do more at a lower budget level than we did a decade ago with fewer people. And it's because of the dedication here, because of their flexibility, their ability to launch new programs, get involved in different things, carry on with less. They're compassionate. We deal with some of the most irate people in the county between, you know, our code enforcement activity, our affordable housing activity, everyone on every side, neighbors angry at, you know, new developments, that sort of thing. 201, our folks are professional here in community development. They don't resist, they resist the temptation to rise to provocations, and God knows we get them. I think you've all sat there and seen it, and you know, I applaud you. If somebody has acted out with the community development staff, I've yet to hear about it. I think they do a good job and they're compassionate, and that's because they're professionals. We have people here who, this word's thrown around lightly often, but some of these people are absolute geniuses at their subject matter. You know, you can go to guys like Ryan or Andy and what are the nuances of this code, or housing, John, and these sorts of things. How can we get somebody in a house if they don't qualify on this count? What are the workarounds? Goes to all levels of staff. So I really, really want to thank them. And then finally, I want to acknowledge you as the Board of County Commissioners, because I interview a lot of people, and I got to say, at least the last 4 or 5 hires we have are here because they didn't feel supported by their boards. They work in local governments that aren't responsible, that aren't really supporting staff in their mission to make life better in their respective jurisdictions. So it all starts with the board, and I want to thank you guys very much. So now let me introduce our recipients for the proclamation. This is our Planning and Zoning Commission Chairman and Vice Chairman. So we have Chairman Jonathan Day. Jonathan is a professional entomologist by training, Dr. Jonathan Day. Holds a PhD. He works for the IFAS entomology lab. And I'm going to introduce Todd Bragnano as well, who is a well-known local builder. And the two make kind of a nice symmetry here because we really have a member of the development community with an economic development bent, a member of the environmental community, but the two understand and come to a realization that to move forward and to maintain our quality of life, they have to work together. And the Planning and Zoning Commission is a beautiful thing. I mean, to watch them debate, make projects better, make them prepared so when they come to you, they're ready and they're good projects. They do just a remarkable job. And last thing I'll say about Todd, you know, he looks young. He's sort of like me. You know, I joked, look how big the type font is on my speaker notes, right? 14 points. And he goes, I got 16. So secret's in their hair, I guess. But with that, Dr. Day, if you would like to kick things off here.
Yes, I'd like to thank you for this well-deserved recognition for planning and zoning for staff. All you have to do is drive A1A north from Hutchinson Island into Brevard County, and you know there's something special about Indian River County. There's no question about it. This county is special relative to development and planning and zoning. The Planning and Zoning Commission is, and there's no reason why that's a mistake. Planning and Zoning has a 30-year plan, and they revise that 30-year plan every 5 years, and they have a long-term plan for what Indian River County is going to look at like down the road. In 2011, when I came on the board, I received a packet, and in that packet there was an editorial from the Press Journal, probably from the 1980s, and the question was, why do so many agenda items at Planning and Zoning pass with complete unanimous decisions? The reason is that before an agenda item comes to Planning and Zoning, it has gone through hundreds of hours of negotiation between the developer and staff. And by the time it gets to us, it is bulletproof, it is ironclad, and there's not a whole lot for us to say about it. Planning and Zoning puts in the time that's necessary to get these proposals ready to roll. And I don't know if you've driven the Narcosi Road recently, but the Narcosi Road is not the same Narcosi Road that it was 10 years ago. Coming out of Orlando Airport, I love to drive the Narcosi Road, see the sandhill cranes and the caracaras. The development along Narcosi Road is just amazing the last time I drove it. And I don't think that will happen in this county. I don't think that sort of development will happen in this county. Development is bittersweet in some ways. I don't like the traffic. I miss the Carolina Wrens. Don't know where they've gone. And I certainly miss the Baetis Salicornia marshes that were here in the 1980s when I arrived. But I just don't think that the development in Indian River County is going to go unchecked, and that's primarily because of all the hard work from the Planning and Zoning staff. And so on a final personal note, thank you, Peter, for twisting my arm. It's been a real ride.
Dr. Day, before you step down, two things. We do need to get together for some beers and chips at Chili's here before I step down, and I appreciate all your years of service. It's ironic that you mentioned, we always called it Narcosi Road, but we actually lived off Narcosi Road in 1999 and 2000, and we did see all the sandhill cranes, and we used to go out for boat rides at night and watch them coming in to flock for the evening and stuff. And ironically, we just drove that road 2 weeks ago coming back from the Orlando airport, And yeah, it's a monster now. It's just so totally different. It lost all that small Narcoossee town country feel to it, and it's just one big stretch of development after development after development. So it's very ironic you brought that up, because I lived there, and then I just drove it 2 weeks ago, and it is quite different.
And the thing that really caught my attention was the commercial backed up by hundreds of acres of residential.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Anyway, thank you again, Dr. Day, for your service. Appreciate it.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm the Vice Chairman of New York County Planning and Zoning Commission. I just want to thank the Board of County Commissioners for recognizing Community Planning Day and for your support in the planning, planning development process in Indian River County. I recognize firsthand the importance of economic development and the housing and the workforce. The families and the overall well-being of Indian River County. We have a planning process that carefully considers the impacts of new development on the quality of life in Indian River County, with opportunities for all to participate. I take great pride in the quality that has become synonymous with our standards here in both our natural and our building environments. And I also really want to thank staff, because without them, it wouldn't be possible for us to do our job. And they are meticulous in their preparation for us, and it truly makes our jobs simple. In addition to that, I want to say, Dr. Day, I really appreciate your service on the board. It's been a joy to serve with you.
Likewise. Thanks, Todd.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Todd. Where'd Mr. Mattson go? I didn't know if you had any more to get going here, Phil?
I'm
or-
done.
Okay. I'm not even sure if I need to read the proclamation with everything we've heard here already this morning, but we'll go ahead and read it. It is designating the month of October 2022 as Community Planning Month in Indian River County, Florida. Whereas change is constant and affects all cities, towns, suburbs, counties, boroughs, townships, rural areas, and other places. And whereas community planning and plans can help manage this change in a way that provides better choices for how people work and live. And whereas community planning provides an opportunity for all residents to be meaningful involved in making choices that determine the future of their community. And whereas the full benefits of planning require public officials and citizens who understand, support, and demand excellence in planning and plan implementation. And whereas the month of October is designated as National Community Planning Month throughout the United States of America and its territories. And whereas American Planning Association endorses National Community Planning Month as an opportunity to highlight how planning is essential to recovery and how planners can lead communities to equitable, resilient, and long-lasting recovery. And whereas the celebration of National Community Planning Month gives us the opportunity to publicly recognize the participation and dedication of the members of planning commissions and other citizen planners who have contributed their time and expertise to the improvement of Indian River County. And whereas we recognize the many valuable contributions made by professional community and regional planners of the state of Florida, and especially of Indian River County, and extend our heartfelt thanks for the continued commitment to public service by these professionals. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed by the Board of County Commissioners of Indian River County, Florida, that the month of October 2022 is hereby designated as Community Planning Month in Indian River County in conjunction with the celebration of National Community Planning Month, adopted this 18th day of October 2022, signed by me as chairman of the Board of County Commissioners. And, you know, Phil, you and Todd and Dr. Dave have said a lot of good things, and I think the proclamation just kind of emphasizes the work you all do. And I don't think it's any coincidence that we have our visioning report on the agenda today as well. And I think that stands as a clear example of what good planning can do as far as getting community involvement, finding out what the community thinks their their future should look like, and then we will implement it and go forward with that. So you should all be congratulated for doing an awesome job on that. So thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Come on up. We got to get together this morning.
You.
You want to bring the whole team up?
Yeah.
Yeah, everybody come on up.
We're grateful they're not in the cube right now.
Yeah, is there anybody back in planning department right now? Rich is the junior planner.
Y'all have to squinch a little bit.
Real squishy. Higher density planners.
Bring it in.
I think we need the panoramic version. Great job, everybody.
Thank you. Go ahead, Brandon.
There's no minutes, so moving on to informational items. Commissioner Adams, did you want to mention something about the Fellsmere Library hours?
I did. I wanted to point out that the Fellsmere Library hours have been extended. They'll now be open on Saturdays from 10 to 2. And I just want to thank Library Services for continuing to work on expanding hours out there. It's been a great resource for the community and the activities that they have programmed. The kids really love it. I think they had Lego Club out there the other day, and there was a ton of kids there. So it's awesome. Thank you so much.
Very good. Moving on to consent agenda. Commissioners, would anyone like to pull an item from consent for additional discussion? Hearing none. Is there anyone from the audience who would like to have a consent agenda item pulled for additional discussion? Okay, seeing none. Commissioners?
Chair, move approval.
We have a motion by Commissioner Flesher, second by Commissioner Adams. All in favor signify with aye. Aye. Any opposed? That carries 5-0. Constitutional officers, we do have a request from the Indian River County Sheriff Eric Flowers to talk about the Sheriff's Office response to Hurricane Ian. Good morning and welcome, Sheriff.
Good morning. Thank you for making time for me today. I'll be brief. I just wanted to let the community know and thank our team. In wake of Hurricane Ian, the damage on the West Coast, we were obviously greatly spared here on the Treasure Coast, and they needed our help on the West Coast. So we sent a team of 12 over initially right after the storm. Those folks stayed for about a week, and this past Friday, the second group of 12 came back. They really did an amazing job. They got a lot of great experience over there, got to see the response. I traveled over there to Charlotte County and was able to meet with Sheriff Permel in Charlotte County and sort of see what they were doing. He has a similar size agency to ours. He has, we have about 540 employees. They've got about 600 employees. 27 of his agency members lost everything. And so for us to be there, to be able to help them while they were recovering, he said every single member had some sort of damage, but 27 lost everything. And so this past week, they got to a point of where they felt that they had recovered to a point where they could return to somewhat normalcy. And so they were able to relinquish the teams, and Charlotte County is back to functioning. We offered services to Lee County and other areas. At this time, the state EOC says they're in good shape. There's no additional need for our services over there. So I just want to give you an update on that and let you know that our team really did a great job. So proud of them. They were happy to see us when we showed up. We have some trucks that we showed up with. We showed up with our airboat and our chainsaws. And I guess a lot of teams had showed up with smaller cars, and they didn't show up with the tools. So the first night our team was there, they actually got numerous calls for downed limbs, and when they got to the call, it was actually full-size trees that they were chopping up with their chainsaws. So things that we learned in '04 really paid off for the team that we deployed, and a lot of our folks that went are newer, younger people who didn't get to experience the '04 hurricanes, and so for them to get to see it firsthand is just a really important thing. The only other thing I want to mention, I know I've come before you guys a couple times about the license plate reader technology. I know Commissioner Ehrman, we talk about it quite a bit. We've had in the last week 3 great cases. The first is a success story. We had an 87-year-old man in early stages of dementia. Family determined that he had gone missing. He left in his vehicle. They didn't know where he was at. Our team assembled. We started down the process to do a silver alert, and a few minutes later, he appeared on our license plate readers. We were able to grab him and return him back to family without a whole lot of taxpayer dollars being spent, and able to help out and give his family that peace of mind knowing that we knew where he was at. Additionally, we had a stolen vehicle out of West Palm. One of our local folks went down to West Palm, stole a vehicle, brought it back to Indian River County. The minute he came into the county, we knew he was here, and we were able to take him into custody without incident. And additionally, in the Sebastian exit, a stolen U-Haul out of Colorado jumped off, and the exit, our folks took him into custody. It was 3 people who had been on a multi-state crime spree. They were loaded down with counterfeiting equipment, counterfeit bills, identity theft items, including fake identifications, and all 3 of them went to jail. We're working with our federal partners to continue with that case. So just really proud of that. I know you guys like to hear updates on how that's working out, and it's really doing quite well. So thank you guys for your time. Any questions or anything I can answer for you?
Yeah, Sheriff, just one question. When you send a team over there to deploy, how do they handle housing and such? Because I know a lot of things are destroyed and there are no hotels. So how do they work out the housing end of that?
So when my initial call to the state EOC, because everything goes to the state EOC for us to get FEMA reimbursement on their overtime, all those things, they asked if we were a fully self-sustainable team. And of course, we are not. Our team was able to actually secure 2 rental trailers, like RV type trailers that were pull behinds. The place that allowed us to use those was very gracious. They helped us out with that and said, we recognize you guys need these, absolutely take them, go. And we just left with them. We took food, we had donations to be able to sustain our folks. So we quickly, in a matter of hours, because of our team, became self-sustaining, even though it's not something that we've ever purchased or held on to. We figured out a way to do it. They did tell us that if you come on over, we're in the process of getting housing ready, expecting that things were going to last for a long time. They did eventually build out, and they were able to provide shelter and those things for different teams that were there. But our team ended up being completely self-sustaining, so we learned a lot about that process along the way. It was pretty crazy. In the initial hours after the storm, the first call that I got, I had committed 8 agency members to go. They called and said, "Can you send me 12?" And I said, "Okay, I'll come with 12." I quickly was walking to my team to ask for, hey guys, we're going to have to go to 12. They called back and said, "Can you send me 20?" And I said, I'm sorry, I just don't have 20 to send you. So we ended up sending 12. Again, they rotated out after a week, so we had a total of 24 that went over there. But we learned a lot about how we can self-sustain and what we can do better next time. There are teams that are fully self-sustained. When I went over there, I saw Santa Rosa County and their setup. We took a lot of photos. We're talking to our garage right now about some things that we can do in the future. I mean, there was sheriff's office teams that had, full pull-behind shower systems. They had full pull-behind food systems. It's just unbelievable. So, certainly something we're looking at, and we want to be self-sustained to be able to help out if something happens around the state. So we're working on that.
Okay, great. So, and Jason, just to follow up on that, I know we have ordinances prohibiting people from living in a camper in certain areas. Under an emergency like that, you have the authority to lift that so that, if sheriff units come in, they can park those campers where they need to. Is that?
Right, and we have done those things in the past. If you remember after the 2004 hurricanes, the FEMA trailers and the campers that came about, there are ways that we can waive those regulations to allow for that.
And then we did send some of our emergency responders to the West Coast also, didn't we? Or
We've been working with through the state, through Web EOC, and made ourselves available. We have sent some of our emergency management folks over. We actually even sent a GIS person over, which sounds kind of strange, but DeSoto County, they were just absolutely flooded and cut in two. Their community was cut in two, and they couldn't do the damage assessments to get FEMA help, and so we sent a GIS person over as well as some emergency management folks, and we have had we have put the resources out there through the state EOC to make our resources known and available.
Well, both Chief and Sheriff, we appreciate the personnel that went volunteered, I assume it's volunteers, right? To go over there and help out. You know, I know we didn't have much damage here, but we did still have some cleanup we needed to do. And for those men and women that, you know, picked up and went to help where it's really needed, we really appreciate them standing up and taking part of that. So tell them all, thank you very much.
We had folks just tripping over each other, wanting to go over there. Everybody that went was voluntary. They told their families. Some of them missed birthday parties. They missed things. They said, "Hey, this is important. I want to go."
Right.
And so we are forever grateful for them for doing that.
Awesome. Very good. Makes us proud. Chief, did you want to add anything?
Yeah, so like the administrator said, we sent a gentleman over to the EOC in Osceola County because they were overwhelmed and exhaustion. So we gave them a team to work through their rest period. So we did that twice. And we do have teams on standby to head out, ambulances and fire trucks ready to go. We're just on a waiting list for that so far. So we're just waiting for a mission to deploy.
Okay.
We
Awesome.
had many volunteers also.
Great. Thank you both very much. Appreciate it.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Fletcher.
a lot of this is as a result of the lesson that we were taught in 2004 when we did not know how to handle a hurricane event and not having the resources. The mutual aid is a wonderful thing, and thank you for bringing up the accommodations mode, because it's great to have individuals that want to help through the mutual aid and be able to be afforded to be sent. But our day-to-day operations, well, that's what they're trained for. But as far as sustenance and existence, I'm looking at the Vice Mayor of Sebastian. I think he and I were deployed in 2004 over to Arcadia and Sarasota, and we slept in tents, and there was no hotel rooms, and then there was hotel rooms, and everybody bunched up. I think there was quite a bit. I think the occupancy was changed a bit, and we were eating MREs, and then they developed a commissary, and then I think the Mennonites came in, and they can cook, and we ate well that second week, but that first week was tough. So thank you to all of the individuals who did deploy, did their job, that they do so well, and in addition, the sacrifice they made because they were away from their family and under unusual circumstances and sometimes questionable survival or sustenance existence and accommodations. But trailers are a great idea. Thank you.
All credit to the team. Our folks came together in a matter of hours, pulled all that together. Thoroughly impressed with the response. So everybody really just wanted to be a part of it. We just wanted to help. So very proud of our team. Thank you guys for your time today.
And we know that the West Coast would be here for us too, as they were in 2004. There was different deployments back to us when we needed them during Hurricane Francis, Charlie, and Jean. Thank you.
Thank you, Sheriff. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you, guys.
Move on to public items. Public hearing is a public hearing to consider an ordinance establishing the Liberty Park Community Development District. This is legislative in nature, and I think the county attorney, Mr. Reingold, will kick this off.
Thank you very much. The LPCDD has been submitted to the county. The CDD would cover approximately 502 acres of property located south of County Road 510, west of 58th Avenue, north of State Road 60, and finally east of 82nd Avenue. County staff and the county attorney's office have reviewed the application with respect to the criteria set forth within the statutes and also relative to the newly adopted county CDD guidelines. County staff and the county attorney's office believe that the proposed CDD, as changed and noted in the agenda packet, does meet the guidelines. We would like to note that the real estate project does contain 58-acre park, a 18-acre and a 4-acre public use site, conservation easements and conservation areas, and an elementary school site. Project is a multi-use project with single-family residential, multifamily residential, commercial properties, and civic and cultural and open spaces. With that, the County Attorney's Office simply recommends that the Chair of the Board of County Commissioners open up the public hearing, take any public comments, close the public hearing, and the board vote to approve this CDD as presented. And with that, I am available for any questions.
Thank you, Dylan. Commissioners, any questions of the county attorney?
Yes, I have a question.
Commissioner Moss?
With regard to the traffic study that was done for this, the traffic study was done in preparation for 159 homes, and now we're talking about 913 homes. You know, that's a startling difference. And in addition to that, Sebastian City Council and City Manager on October 3rd had sent a letter to us requesting an update, quite a reasonable request, to update the traffic study for this project. And to my knowledge, that has not occurred. We don't have a new study. And in addition to that, I would say we should always have the traffic studies attached. Separate from this particular matter, members of the community have come to me and said they're concerned about different subdivisions, and we don't know what's going on in terms of the traffic, except we all know that there's more of it. So I think in the interest of transparency, the traffic study should always be attached to anything, any project that we consider. And in addition to that, when we have a huge project like this, a large-scale project, I would suggest that we always have a joint meeting with whatever municipality might be affected. For example, I think we should meet with Sebastian City Council jointly to discuss this. And I've heard criticism of Sebastian with regard to Sebastian annexation that they're not sharing information with us. They haven't been entirely forthcoming. We don't really know what they're doing. Joint meetings would, they'd increase transparency, obviously. They would help us all to understand what we're doing, where there might be a synergy. And for the public, it gives them a chance really to weigh in for the community. And all of us, the city councils and county commission, we all work for the community. So let's look at it from their point of view, offer them the opportunity to weigh in, and offer them more information. But this traffic study is entirely inadequate. And in addition to that, it's my understanding that most of the items that are being offered in this were items that were already on the table in 2008. This is a very aged proposition here, and what is new should be discussed separate from what they had already agreed to do in 2008. And this project also has an expiration date. The approval that they got in 2008 expires in 2025. So they're coming up to the expiration date for this project, and nothing has been begun on this project. So I would ask that we consider all of these things in making a decision in this regard. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Moss. I'm going to ask Mr. Phil Mattson. Phil, if you could come up and address the traffic study questions, please.
Absolutely. First of all, I think we have to distinguish what we're here for today, and this is not approving this project. It's approving a funding mechanism that the county initiated, CDD development, as it's applicable to this project. In terms of the original project approval, 2008, it's a dim window at this point. I think Ryan might be better off to talk a little bit about our PDT&D approval processes, but there were an exhaustive series of meetings that went on with it, public hearings, traffic studies this thick. That's what happens. They get their approval, and then we don't have any obligation to go back and revisit it. Now, that sounds callous, but it's not at all, because when we approve a traffic study, and back then in 2008, the P&Z really put these developers through the ringer, we have a very comprehensive concurrency process where we take into account all background traffic, future growth in traffic, all the other developments that are nearby, and so forth. So there is a very large traffic study. Were we to be approving the project for the first time here, or giving it some entitlement, or changing it, I would say that's absolutely appropriate to bring a traffic study in at this point. From what I understand, this is just whether or not a CDD would apply to this project. And, I'll defer to Dylan on if that's indeed what we're here for. So,
Yeah, and I'll follow up on that. I will state, as to piggyback on what Phil stated, is this is really the funding mechanism. The development approvals have already been approved. They've already, the development entitlements are there. Simply the applicant had asked for basically the CDD to be established, which established a funding mechanism for the development to occur. If the board is, again, not comfortable, I know we've talked about the CDD guidelines that we developed. If it doesn't meet that wow factor that this board has talked about, this board can certainly turn it down. But the entitlements and the like have already happened. So regardless of whether this board were approve or deny this application, they still have the right to move forward with the development as approved.
right. Now I want to talk a little bit about what was in the original developer's agreement and the entitlements that we went on. So there are 3 pages of required traffic improvements that this development has to do. In addition to that, there's a 60-acre county park, a 20-acre school site, something like 60 acres of lagoon preservation conservation areas up and down the lagoon and other things. So a lot of this stuff's already been done. So the school has been operating for at least 10 years. You know how excruciating it is to get right-of-way on 66th Avenue. A lot of the right-of-way was already dedicated that I think Rich is using on 66th Avenue. One of the elements that Sebastian reached out to us on with those 3 pages of off-site roadway improvements is Schuman Drive and 66 and and Barber Street. And we had a fully funded, fully designed, developed plan that the county was going to do that. We got, I pulled in a few chits from my old DOT life, got some money for it. It was a beautiful project, it was ready to go. There was some community opposition that came up fairly late in the process, which, again, going back to my first presentation, that's why we like to plan. We don't want the opposition to come out when the bulldozers are ready. We'd rather get the opposition fully mobilized and up front. And that was through the MPO, which has representatives from all the jurisdictions on it. Times change. I think what might not have been a priority once because of its potential impact might be again. There may be some nuances and some design innovations we can do to blunt some of the impact that was that we feared when we had the original Schuman and Barber intersection designed. I'd be delighted to bring that back to the MPO and to come back and take some ideas on what we can do to redesign it, incorporate that. But yeah, there definitely is an approved traffic study. It's a robust one. We also require traffic studies for individual phases as they start coming online and start building. And this last one was done by Kimley Horn and Associates. That's the people who did our visioning study. They do a lot of the traffic work here. They did Sebastian's comprehensive plan and so forth. So it's a pretty good, reputable firm that came up with what the impacts are from just that small first phase of it. So I don't know, that's my 2 cents on the development process. The developments are entitled. My understanding of what this item is whether or not whether or not we should approve the development or keep it moving or put them through the ringer again on something, so much as, is this applicable for the new funding mechanism, these guys?
When is the traffic study done for 913 homes?
It was done,
Well, there's no copy of it.
correct.
We have no copy of it.
We have a copy of it. We didn't submit a copy with the application for Community Development District funding. We submitted a copy with it for
Well, I
development
requested
approval.
a copy and I couldn't get one. I was told that it was not able to be found.
There was a traffic impact study done back in 2008 with the initial that covered the 900 roughly homes. I will tell you the traffic impact study that was, of course, that's a little old and stale now. As each of the phases comes through, they have to have a traffic impact study done in order to be able to move forward with construction of those. So last year they received approval for phases 1A and 1B, and there was a traffic study done. That only contemplated the 159 homes, but they can't continue to move forward until they submit a traffic study for any future phases. And those will identify potentially other off-site improvements that might be needed.
All right, do I understand it correctly then? You approved 913 homes without a traffic study for 913 homes? You did
No.
a Traffic study
That's
in
incorrect.
phases?
That's incorrect.
No.
You did the traffic study in phases?
Let me ask a question for clarification. Okay, this project originally went through the planning process and planning and zoning, and commission final approval in 2008.
Yes.
And it's considered, is this considered a new town or a planned unit development?
PDTND.
Okay.
And so that's a planned development utilizing the county's traditional neighborhood design criteria.
Which,
So that's how it got to the 900 units.
okay.
And it somewhat seals off the edge of that area by allowing certain transfer of developments from environmentally sensitive projects, which the Land Trust is maintaining mostly in other areas of the county in environmentally sensitive areas. So in other words, instead of building condos on the waterfront on a couple of estuarine wetlands or whatever, that development right was put into this.
Okay, so a
got that right?
PDT, a PDT, any, whatever, this development classification requires a heightened level of design standards. It's not just your typical gated type community with some internal roadway systems.
Absolutely. It has standards for what the mix of uses is. So we mandate that there be a mix of commercial uses, that there be a walkable neighborhood grid. And this one had the benefit of having a school in the middle of it. So, you know, when my grandfather talks about how he walked to school, all those miles and so forth, these kids truly can walk to school because the school, although it's operated as a magnet at this point, it's Liberty Park School.
Okay.
And the houses are right around it in a kind of a cohesive manner. So to some extent, it's really, really good planning. When you have something that's as big a draw as a school like that, with the houses that the kids are coming from living around it, they won't put as many cars on the arterial roadway.
Okay.
You might look at it and say, a lot of traffic now. Well, it's because it's a magnet school because there are no residences around it yet. They haven't done that yet.
So when it went through the process to planning, from planning to planning and zoning, finally to commission, the traffic, the overall umbrella encompassing traffic study for complete anticipated build-out was done at that time?
Absolutely, and that included not only the traffic that was on the ground, but all the anticipated, potentially approvable traffic through our concurrency system.
And that's,
New other developments will be coming along on 510. Blue Water Bay, all the way
Okay.
to Bristol Bay, those were all in that traffic study.
and that traffic study anticipating ultimate at the 900 and however many units?
Yes,
And as this moves through the process, once we're ready to, or they're ready to put shovel in the ground for each individual phase, just like any other development that's phased out, there are extra triggers in there that they either have to complete before they start or have to complete before they move on to the next phase, i.e. an updated traffic study or lane improvements or whatever has been agreed upon as part of that developer's agreement.
yes, absolutely. You're really onto something. This is well put. So there was a massive regulatory mechanism for an original approval, and there are ongoing follow-up ones that come as each phase is put in. So yes.
So triggers as we move through the development process, and that's so that the infrastructure is in place to handle the development as it happens. That's the intention.
That's exactly
Okay.
right. That's what happens.
So when it moved through this process, there was several public meetings, whether it was a commission meeting or a planning and zoning meeting. As I recall, I was in Fellsmere at the time, but I know that there was a lot of input when this was originally brought up from Sebastian about some of those traffic concerns, about some of those improvements that would be needed. And I think that's how some of these, if I recall correctly, some of the traffic improvements that will occur with this project were put on the table because of that input.
Absolutely.
So it seems like there are the triggers in place that you are kind of asking for. They just haven't been triggered yet in the development process. And I know you also brought up the expiration date, and I think 2025, yes, that is like right around the corner, and I think that's one of the reasons why we're here to talk about the financing mechanism, because what's missing right now to make this project happen is some of that financing. So it's been on the book, because you have to ask yourself, there's been many stops and starts in the economy since 2008, many building rushes. So why hasn't this development that we kind of talk about checks all the boxes for a lot of the things we want to see in these larger scale developments, the walkable communities, the open space, the traffic improvements. Why hasn't it happened? My guess would be because they need some of that financing capability to put in these larger scale infrastructures, because road improvements, I mean, what Rich says, 1 mile of road is some ungodly amount, and that doesn't even include traffic signals, which this project is gonna need a lot of, and those are super expensive. And then there's the septic and all the parks and all those types of improvements internally that are required. So I know what you're saying, and I know your concerns, and I think that we don't do a good job sometimes of explaining that these concerns have been taken into account, and we all have the same concerns. That's why there's built-in triggers in those plans. And there's 2 separate tracks we're talking about. The development approval track, where those triggers are, which was done in 2008. And now we're here today to try to discuss an option for financing that might help move the project forward so it can get done before the expiration. Does that mean there's a push? Well, there's always going to be a push to make something happen at the end if you haven't been able to make anything happen at the beginning. It's like a football game. And even I know you get that one. But, you know, I think that's why we're here. So I would like to keep the public hearing focused on the requirements of the CDD. We've spent 10 some odd months, I think since January of last year, talking about putting together a CDD process. There were public meetings, there was workshops, a lot of the development community was there. I know you were there. I think some of the other commissioners were there. The city of Sebastian had their staff there, city of Vero Beach, other people in the community. So it was a really good representation of, if we were to move forward with a CDD, how would we, as a community, not as a commission necessarily, because it was the community, as you, I know, like always to get that input weighed in on, which was a great thing, and I'm glad you were there to hear that, because what came to us that we finally approved took into account a lot of that input. So today, we're here to decide if this particular project that's already been approved, that does have, it's not a rehashing of that process, and that's important to understand too, in the planning and zoning process in general, or the community development process in general, is there's different stops along the way of completion, and not each stop is a rehashing of the overall. It's a discussion on a certain aspect and piece of that puzzle that makes those projects happen. So today it's funding, today it's CDD, it's that process we finally put together after 10 months of input. Here we are today, we have a project that, from staff's perspective, meets at least the minimum requirements that we set. And do we want to move forward with giving them that option to do that? So I would like to move on to some of that input, and then maybe we can keep this for a later date, or if it is appropriate for the funding, I'm not sure, but I think that kind of clarifies everything.
Absolutely, thank you. That's very well put. And your questions are excellent ones, Commissioner Moss. They're just, they were answered at the appropriate time in the development cycle and continue to be.
And just for clarification, I do realize we're here for the CDD, but given the fact that the city had sent a letter inquiring about the traffic study, I felt it appropriate to at least review that to make sure everybody was clear on that and where we're at on that. So thank you, Phil, for filling in.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Fleischer.
Yeah, I just wanted to, before we get to the funding mechanism discussion, I just wanted to add that it was yourself and myself were the only 2 individuals that were here in 2008 during that discussion. And what exists, and I believe I have it in the office, is a bound book that's thicker than our average agenda on the presentation on the original Liberty Park and many of the studies that were conducted. There was infinitum discussions. There was discussions with Sebastian. There was discussions with the community. There was open forum discussions here. It traveled the course until the economic downturn that continued to exist. And there was an adjustment, but all the studies were done. They are available, and I know that we can get them together And in addition, as the county administrator stated, as the project, if the project goes forward, it will go forward with continual studies in different phases, consistent with all development that occurs in Indian River County. We don't do the completed study to ensure that it's going to just fit in the box and just open the box. That's not the way it's done. But I know that there's a lot of available resources, and I'll be happy to go upstairs. I don't know if the applicants have the original book, but I do, because I believed in the original project, and it was quite, I see you waving some of it. I have the bound version, and it's rather colorful and complete, and after the break, I'll make sure I have it if anybody wants to take a look at the original project. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Flesher. So I think we've clarified the traffic issue and the planning issue, so we'll go ahead and open up the public hearing. And is there anyone in the audience that wishes to speak on this item? Come on up. And Ed, you can come to this podium. Mr. Kennedy, good morning, welcome.
Good morning. Thank you. Appreciate it. If anybody else has something to say in the public hearing, can we come back up and address any of those questions? Is that,
I'll give you a rebuttal.
okay, thank you. Appreciate it. We do have a brief presentation. Do you want to go first?
Well, I'm not going to be long, so I can do that if you want. I actually want to thank Phil and Commissioner Adams and Commissioner Flesher for their perfect answers on why we can't give all the answers you would like on the Graves annexation. I don't think I could have said it better. But I will talk about the letter that Sebastian sent. It is a funding issue from Sebastian's perspective on this. That traffic study, and I will reference it even though I know you didn't want to talk back, it shows 4 trips on that road from this subdivision. That's what the current one that I just read last night, because Paul Carlisle was going to be here, but he can't because he's got a meeting with a lawyer about a suit that we're involved in, and he asked me to come and speak. I think it shows like 4 trips on that road. So at some point in time, and I'm not going to get in a long, elongated discussion about that, at some point in time that traffic study needs to be revamped. To be more accurate, I believe that Jason Brown and Paul had a meeting on this. I want to thank him for his attention and his work with Paul on that. But from our perspective, it is a funding issue. And the question is whether the CDD funds that improvement or whether the county out of impact fees funds that improvement. That's basically a funding issue on that. Mm-hmm. This subdivision is certainly going to be the tipping point for that intersection. It's not reasonable for anybody to think that the people coming out of that subdivision are not going to use 66th Avenue, turns into Schuman, going to Barber, and either coming into Sebastian or not. And there was an improvement to that intersection. I believe Al Minner was our city manager at the time. But that design, I think, created an island with a daycare center, with part of Barber coming around on one side of the daycare center and part of Schuman coming the other way. And I believe, if I'm not mistaken, that was the reason it got such a feedback from the public on that, is because it was bringing in the road around that daycare center. There are better design perspectives on that. We've had some conversations in Sebastian about, I hate to use the word, but about a roundabout there that might be a way to deal with that. And there's already some community-owned land that's available for that. So there's some things that can be done. So our perspective from this, and the reason City Council asked the city manager to send the letter to the county administrator, our perspective on this is it is a funding issue, and that at some point in time, that intersection needs to be fixed, whether it's fixed as a result of the CDD and what they do with their funds, or whether it's fixed as a result of the impact fees that the county is going to collect from that property. And I have to admit my ignorance on this process. I don't know whether the impact fees and the CDD concept waive that. I know there's a lot of action in Tallahassee coming up this session about impact fees. There are many developers that are now asking to receive the impact fees back from the local governments because they're spending money to build infrastructure and they think that the impact fee money should come to them. And that that whole thing is going to go and be in front of the legislature this season. Florida League of Cities group that I'm involved with had spent a lot of time talking about that this last month and a half. So that's our perspective, is it is an impacting issue. We feel like that it is appropriate for that to be taken care of as part of this process for that intersection. So thank you.
So, Ed, maybe one thing to get this moving forward is if the city council could vote to send a letter or something to MPO asking them to relook at that intersection, just a formal request from the city to move that forward.
Yeah, we can do that. The question is whether it's an MPO function or not. I'm not, personally, I'm not 100% sure that this belongs within the 2020 plan and all the MPO processes, because it's really being triggered in a local street, and the MPO typically doesn't deal with local streets. I don't know that the MPO, and that's a question we'd have to ask within the MPO, but I have no problem with bringing this through the MPO, but there is a sense of urgency because we're looking at something that's going to be done sooner than later, okay? MPO processes, no impact on the MPO because I'm a member of the MPO and I'm involved in those discussions. But the MPO process is more elongated. The first thing we'd have to do in the MPO is get it on more plans, get it on the next plan, get it on the 5-year plan, get it on, and the next thing you know, it's 2028 and we still haven't dealt with that intersection and people can't get through it anymore. So I think that the first point of discussion is during the CDD development process, which I don't disagree with at all. And then nobody in Sebastian, as far as the council is concerned, I believe has any issue with what you guys are deciding today. As part of that CDD process is just to address the funding on that and to have some commitment from the county that they will address the funding and they will deal with that intersection. And if the county wants to, if the county wants to pressure the MPO to do it faster, I'm more than willing to ask the city council to send a request to the MPO to do that. It's just that we feel like that we need to get a better response, and it's not typically something the MPO deals with. It's not a regional street, although this impact on it does make it that way.
Right. Well, just as Phil said, we had funding, we had a plan, we were ready to go, and then at the request of the city, we dropped the project. So I just think it'd be more appropriate for the city then, if they want to move it forward, to issue a formal opinion that we would like this put back on the front burner.
I'll bring that to the council at our next meeting. I don't think that's an issue to do that
Okay.
at all, to go through that process. It's just, once again, it's a funding issue. The CDD is a new mechanism for here, and I've seen where it's been used in other places, and CDDs have been asked to fund impact outside the boundary of the CDD that they bring in there. So the question is whether that's part of the process here or whether the county wants to use their impact fees to fund those changes or not. So it's just a matter, I think it is part of your funding decision is to decide whether those kinds of things need to be done or not.
And then just Phil, in the original approved plan for Liberty Park and the various roadway improvements required in that plan, is the Schuman Barber intersection part of that approved plan?
Yes.
Okay.
And, for my part, I'm much more comfortable if there's some community buy-in for the project before we spend all that money again and get out there and start working on it. So whether it's through an MPO plan amendment, local plan, something, just some support, because that's planning's worst nightmare.
Okay, thank you. So yeah, Ed, if y'all could get us something, just a vote saying we want this back on the front burner, and then we can work with it.
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
That's good. That's really our desire, is to do that. So the
Sure.
reason for the letter was to boil it up to the top.
Okay.
And get that going.
Great, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Welcome again.
We do have a brief presentation.
Okay.
I don't know, it should be, oh, there it is right there. Can I navigate that, or do you put the slides together? Clicker, yeah, okay. So very much appreciate the time. Pretty serendipitous for Phil to be here this morning with all the awards on planning and everything else. I wanted to do a recap. As Commissioner Fletcher mentioned, there's only 2 that sit on the board here that were there for the original. So I figured I'd do a quick overview of the project, and then we brought our team here. Jonathan Johnson is going to recap the CDD, for your benefit as well. That was done in December of last year. So what we're looking at is, do I just click this here? Okay, oops. once. You're looking at the corner of 66 and 510 there where the future roundabout is allegedly going to go. This is a highlighted area in commercial. Do you have the PowerPoint version of this? Yeah, can I use that instead? I'm sorry. Thank you. While she's doing that, I carry this around with me. These are the original approvals. This is from Planning and Zoning. That was September 29th, 2008, which has the traffic study dated March 04, approved at the county 2008. And it's also as an exhibit for the October 28th Board of County Commission. So it's small print, but it's legible. Just as a clarification. Also, when we went for our approvals, we voluntarily went before the city of Sebastian as a good neighbor. We pride ourselves on being good neighbors to surrounding properties, even though that's, publicly, put in place, publicly noticed. So we do pride ourselves with that. So while she's getting that up, I want to commend staff where it's come from and you all to see the potential that this can have and the positive impact it can have. Obviously, it came up December of last year, and then the design standards were brought forth with staff, and we can go through that as well. The real journey began, though, in the mid-'90s when this TND type of community was embraced, and we can talk about that a little bit as well. So you're looking at, again, 66 and 510. Here's 510, and here's 66 Avenue. What I did was an overlay of the project itself. It is over 500 acres. You can see the school here. The red highlighted area is commercial. It's approved for 208,900 feet of commercial. Does that actually happen? It's time will tell. But it is mixed use grid, and that's one of the criteria of both the TND and what we're talking about in design standards for CDDs. So you can see that that's there with the infinite possibilities. Commissioner O'Brien, you've talked about medical nodes outside of our original. There's enough square footage for that. I know the Cleveland Clinic's partnered with the Department of Health nearby. I mean, maybe that's a future use down the road. The area here is obviously southeast corner, 66 and 510. And that's going to be conservation, and then to the south is Royale Park, which was mentioned by Phil earlier. This is also a small area for commercial that we have. Perhaps one of the greatest items was a dedicated school site, which was also mentioned earlier in this meeting, Liberty Magnet, outstanding school. So we that factors into it, obviously, as a major proponent. This is an overlay. I took this from the property appraiser's website. You'll see the South Prong Preserve. Obviously, here's the school, here's 510, and here's 66 Avenue, here's Royale Park. That's an overlay of the plan itself. You see that the school is there again, Liberty Magnet. You're talking about well beyond what's the WOW, a standard development. Of course, it's staff vetted in terms of the design standards. There's the mix of use again. You can see the commercial here highlighted. It's all grid. It's all interconnected. There is no gating. There's conservation. We were talking about these intersection improvements, worked with the county for a temporary access easement to widen this to help with that traffic. There's dedicated right-of-way, public dedications, and so on. There's a future fire station that was dedicated to the fire, EMS. So that'll be future. It's walkable. There's a greenway that'll connect to the South Prong Preserve. What happens thereafter, I think that'll be more, county specific, but there's tremendous potential. You're talking about shopping, recreation, cultural. There's a band shell amphitheater located here. But there's going to be pedestrian improvements and whatever else. So that's a good overlay of what will come. There's the grid. I kind of highlighted that just for extra effect. So the community development district, the guidelines, is 500 acres or more, yes. The street grid, yes. Open space, yes. And we worked extra hard on that particular item with staff. And is there public benefit? Yes, we went through that overall. Let's talk about the team here. So Liberty Park itself is a local project. It's got local investors, 3, one of which is here today. They are philanthropists, they're benefactors, they're employers, they're entrepreneurs. They're very much local fabric to this community, which is an important thing to note. Proctor Kennedy is the project management piece of it. Donald Proctor's here with us today. Just as a side, if you look back at Point West, we did the development there. Proctor did with the satellite location for what is now Cleveland Clinic. And there's going to be a dental clinic that's also coming there that we're involved with. Very proud of that. Jonathan Johnson is here from QTAC Rock. This is what he does for a living with CDDs, the implementation of, from the legality standpoint. I've heard in previous discussion, Babcock Ranch is an example of, or Pineland Prairie. The members of the team here today are involved in those projects professionally. Urban Design Studios, our landscape architect, land planner, Ken Tuma, a family-owned practice that knows planning very, very well. So he's and his team are involved in this project. WH & Associates, Phil Hunt is here. He manages these things, for these CDDs for a living, has for a long, long time. Steve Moeller is the civil engineer of record, fabulous civil, and he's been here a long, long time, as most of you know. And then Brett Seeley, third generation capital markets, does the bond underwriting for these projects, and he's with us as well. I'm going to hand it over to Jonathan Johnson. He's going to go through the CDD recap, and then I'll jump back up.
Good morning. Thank you, Andrew. Again, Jonathan Johnson with QTAC Rock, and I'm just going to talk a little bit about what the Community Development District is, what it isn't, and a few policy items at the end. And I'll try to not screw up the technology. I have this little black cloud that follows me. This CDD is proposed to do roadways, both internal to be owned by the CDD and arterial to be dedicated to the county, public water and sewer utilities, the stormwater management system for the project, as well as the associated landscaping and irrigation. What is a CDD? I'm not going to hit each of these. I know that many of you attended the workshops and we talked through in the workshop process at some length. But the CDD is a special purpose form of local government, and it's providing non-recourse financing, meaning, and that non-recourse has several meanings. It means, one, that the county is not obligated on any debt that the district issues. That's provided explicitly by statute. It also means that if Mr. Jones doesn't pay his assessment as a future resident of the CDD, but Mrs. Smith does, Mrs. Smith cannot be obligated to pick up Mr. Jones' piece. And that carries through if a developer were not to pay their assessment, are the ultimate consumers, the constituents who reside within the district responsible for that? And the answer is no. It's non-recourse, meaning it sits on the specific piece of land upon which it's placed. There are also some other benefits that were cited here, but I'm going to focus a little bit on transparency specifically. One of the things that's very different about using CDD financing for a real estate project versus financing it privately is that if you want to know what's going on at Liberty Park, using a CDD means that you're going to know as much as you want to know, maybe more than you want to know. That's because everything that we do in the sunshine, just as you function here at a board meeting. There will be public CDD board meetings that have to be held in a place that accommodates the public. They have to be publicly noticed. You know, all of our contracts have to meet state bidding thresholds. All of our budgets have to be approved through an annual budget cycle, which includes transmitting a copy of that budget to you and your staff for your review and comment. We have annual audits. And then all of the construction funds, rather than being held privately in a bank, are held by an independent trustee. And those statements on a monthly basis, in terms of what monies have been spent, how they've been spent, are all available and made a part of the public record, which will include not only written records, but now we're required to keep records on a website to make that accessible to the public. So transparency is a big difference in what a CDD brings to a real estate project versus one that's financed privately. This is kind of the laundry list of what districts can do. I don't propose to go through them. This is all of the statutory items. I talked a little bit about what we plan to do, roads, water, sewer, stormwater management, et cetera. But I want to hit two other things about what is a CDD. A CDD is primarily economic development. If you look at the annual list that RC Elko comes out with of the most successful planned communities each year in the state of Florida, you will see that every single one of them in the state of Florida uses district mechanisms. And you're familiar with some of those. Andrew mentioned Babcock Ranch. The district is a key to the structuring of that project and its implementation. Similarly, Lakewood Ranch, which I'll use an example from in a minute. And there are many others, but that's a key thing. A district is a tool, and I'll keep using that expression. It's a tool that we're asking that you put in our toolbox to make this project as successful as it can be. And all of those successful projects have that tool in their box. The other thing a district is resiliency and self-sufficiency. And there are examples that I'll point to briefly from the recent hurricane events that we've all watched. If you, like me, were glued to the Weather Channel during part of that time, you saw that one of the broadcasters was in downtown Lakewood Ranch, broadcasting. We had storm damage at Lakewood Ranch. Fortunately, in northern Sarasota, it wasn't nearly as bad as in the southern portions of Sarasota and down into Charlotte. However, the district, because it's a bankable entity, we're already on the line and working through a line of credit with our bank, which is secured by future assessments, to float the reconstruction costs until FEMA proceeds come in. And to the extent that proceeds are not reimbursable by FEMA, it lets us amortize those over multiple years so the community doesn't take a hit in terms of what they pay, but it also doesn't fall back to the county or either Manatee or Sarasota County to deal with those kind of costs. Another example, as Andrew has mentioned, is Babcock Ranch, which I know the Kitson team has loved how much press they've received, but the district was a key part of setting up a very self-sufficient and functioning community there. So now I'll talk about what a district can't do. I've mentioned the bonds cannot become an obligation of the county. That's by statute. Before we issue the bonds, we'll go through a process called bond validation in circuit court, and we'll have a final judgment that will reflect that the bonds cannot become an obligation of the county. I also think it's key to realize that nothing about the creation of this CDD changes in one iota your regulatory authority, whether it's planning approval, zoning approval, environmental regulations, building codes, impact fee obligations. Nothing about the CDD will change one iota of how you regulate and govern this project. And everything that the district does, every way we exercise our powers, whether we're building roads, stormwater systems, or utilities, they have to be done in a way that's consistent with your laws and regulations. We've talked through in the workshop process some of the benefits here in terms of, and we've just talked through accountability, transparency. Districts as a mechanism for community governance do tend to turn over to consumer control sooner than other forms of community governance, and that's guaranteed by statute. 6 years, 250 registered voters living. Now you have to start the process to transition your board so that the community takes control of that and has input earlier on. And then here's just a list of many of the reporting requirements. And again, I won't try to read down that list, but everything that we do is done in a manner that's consistent with how you as the county are governed. The board members are ultimately elected on the ballot by the residents of the community. We've talked about bidding, public meetings. All of these things are what differentiate developing a project within a CDD versus not. So here are the establishment criteria. The first 6 are pulled directly out of Section 190.05 of the Florida statutes. The 7th is compliance with your policy. I think, Commissioner Adams, you mentioned the investment that's been made by the county, by the staff, by the members of the public and the development community, and we certainly recognize that investment. We're very excited to be the first project in the door to be evaluated. We agree with the staff in their recommendation and in their report that we meet the 6 factors as well as are compliant with your policy, and we're very much hoping for your support today. I'm happy to answer questions. I know Andrew is as well, and we do have the other members of the team here additionally.
Okay. Commissioners, any questions for Mr. Johnson?
Not at this time.
No? I just have a couple. In your petition, you list a little, almost $76 million of infrastructure improvements. Are you looking to fund all of that through the CDD?
No, what we've done is to identify sort of the umbrella of what could be funded. Some of that will be determined based on what comes out of the ground first. Some of that will be determined in consultation with the folks in the capital markets who ultimately buy the bonds, and in consultation with ultimately with the advisors to the district. So we've identified in the petition, as Florida law requires us to do, everything that we may do, and we're required to make that a good faith estimate. Ultimately, when you look at the number of units, what the debt can absorb, so if you said that's $800 a year that the market could absorb, and I'm making that number up, and you multiply that by 30 years, you come up with a number that's much less than that $76 million. So we've identified as a good faith basis what we could do. What we ultimately will do will be something much less that will be worked out in those public meetings.
And, okay, so that kind of leads me, do we have any ability to specify which of these things that the CD money is used on, or is that between you and the capital investors, and who really ultimately decides what goes first?
So you have the ability to put things on the table, which you have done through your development approvals, because one of the catch-all provisions that's in the CDD legislation is that we can do any project that's required by a development approval, PD, zoning approval, environmental regulation. So that's the first step where you can put things on the table. In terms of whether the district funds those or they're funded privately, ultimately I'll say that's a decision that the CDD board will make. However, there's the opportunity as a public body to either take into consideration, meet with you, understand what your concerns are, and take those into account. But out of the total window of the 76 million, that's a decision that the CDD board will ultimately make.
Okay, so just as an example, earlier we heard the concerns of the city of Sebastian about Schuman and Barber. That is part of your approved plan and off-site improvements. If this commission said, hey, we want to make sure that that particular intersection is funded through CDD funds, can we do that, or is it just say, okay, we'll think about it and keep it under consideration?
Well, I think you've said that the intersection has to be funded from the project. It's an obligation of the project. So whether the CDD used bond funds or whether Andrew's team decided to fund that privately, that decision I think remains open to be made and is subject to input, but ultimately, it's a landowner, developer, CDD and capital market kind of decision. But you've already made the decision that that intersection has to be funded, and it's being funded by the project if it's an obligation of the project. And nothing about what we're asking you to do today will change that.
So I guess my biggest concern is, and I think this was applicable back in '08, and I think it's applicable today. For whatever reason, the timing of Liberty Park really stinks. Okay, when they came forward back in '08, we were just on the precipice of a major crash, and obviously it hadn't gone anywhere for 14 years because of that. Here we are back again, and again, a lot of people are saying, no, we've got a big recession coming up this winter, and housing is already starting to slow down. So again, are we going to approve this thing and then have everything come to a crashing halt and nothing gets done for another 14 years? So one of my concerns is if we do approve the CDD, that I would like some assurances that some of these off-site improvements are funded, and I'm just call it the first wave of funding, which would be the CDD money, to make sure that they do get done. And I for one, I won't be here, but I don't think anybody wants to wait another 14 years for these things to get done. So my concern really is the timing and how can we prioritize some of these, particularly in my mind, the off-site improvements that would be of a bigger benefit to the general public as compared to the stormwater project within the development is more beneficial to the residents, not so much the general public. So that's kind of where I'm struggling. Kind of while I'm on this, two other things. Back when this came before us, in regards to the two public parks, the one down off of 58th and 12th Street, a young lady, Christine Horrocks, came, and she represented the Vero Beach American Little League, and she spoke in favor of the project because she wanted her son to be able to play ball on the ball field that Liberty Park was promising. And obviously, her son is not going to play ball on that ball field. She may be lucky if her grandson gets a chance to play ball on that ball field the way things have been going. So one of the things I would like to see to move the CDD forward would be that both of the public parks get moved into Phase 1. I think currently they're both in Phase 3, which could be 14, 20 years down the road. And so I think if those are things that you're highlighting as a public benefit, that they should be part of the first phase so the public can enjoy it. And then there's also supposed to be a couple conservation easements that, to best of my knowledge, have not been locked in yet. One parcel on Indian River Boulevard, Liberty Park has already given that to another third party before we had the conservation easement locked down. And then the Breezy Village site up in Sebastian, that conservation easement has not been locked down. And I understand that y'all are talking about having that annexed into the city of Sebastian for a stormwater project. So for me, before I'm going to vote up on this, is I want to see some of those things corrected. I want those conservation easements locked in. I want the public parks moved into Phase 1. And I want some assurance that some of the off-site roadway improvements are funded in through the CDDs to make sure they actually get funded and completed. So that's kind of where I'm sitting. Unfortunately, and Mr. Johnson, we will certainly call you back up, but that buzzer was the fact that we've got a 10:30 time certain. So at this point, we're going to go ahead and, Dylan, what's the proper word that we're going to continue the public hearing? Okay.
We're going to keep the public hearing open, and we will continue it till after our attorney-client session is terminated.
Okay, so we will go ahead and continue the public hearing. And as soon as I find it, Dylan has given me some wording. So the attorney-client session will commence. Are you ready? Okay. The attorney-client session will commence regarding settlement negotiations and/or strategy sessions related to litigation expenditures in the litigation of Indian River County versus 22 beachfront properties located between and including 9586 DeBloom Drive but not including 1820 Wabasso Beach Road, Vero Beach, Florida, 32963, pending in the Circuit Court of the 19th Judicial Court in and for Indian River County, Florida. That is case number 31-2018 CA 000881. It is estimated that the attorney-client session will last 45 minutes and will be held in the County Commissioners Conference Room located on the second floor of this building. Attending the attorney-client session will be Commissioners Joe Ehrman, the Vice Chairman, Joseph E. Flesher, Susan Adams, Laura Moss, and me, Peter D. O'Brien, Chairman. Also present will be Paul Berg, outside counsel, County Attorney Dylan Reingold, County Administrator Jason E. Brown, and a certified court reporter. At this time, we'll ask that those attending the attorney-client session to please go to the County Commissioners Conference Room. At the conclusion of the attorney-client session, the meeting will be reopened. Okay, off we go.
Wild blue yonder.
7:57. The attorney-client session is terminated, and we are back in our regular meeting. And I will go ahead, reopen the public hearing. When we left, Mr. Johnson was at the podium. I think I had completed my comments. Mr. Johnson, either other commissioners can have comments, or if you'd like to respond, your pleasure.
Mr. Chairman, I would like to respond briefly.
Okay.
As to some of your comments, I would just note that Section 9 of the development approvals from 2008 do address some of the things that I think are of concern to you. And in particular, I'll just read from the Rail Park Tract, the Rail Park Conservation Area, the Breezy Village Conservation Easement, the Conservation Easement for Indian River Boulevard. All are required to be, those tasks are required to be completed prior to the final plat for Phase 1, which we're working on now. So before we build the first rooftop, those things have to be done and have to be completed. Now, there are some other things that you mentioned, like the intersection or the actual, putting instruments, ball fields in parks. Those things are coming in later phases. And as much as I like to be a people pleaser and like to get to yes, within the confines of the statutory public hearing that we're in today, I don't believe legally that we as the applicant can agree to a process to amend the development approvals today. Certainly, we can continue to have this dialogue. As staff has noted, we'll be continuing to come in for approvals, and those approvals require traffic studies and developer agreements, and so we're certainly open to continuing that dialogue. I just can't agree to, on behalf of the applicant, to changes in the development approvals in the limited context of the public hearing that we're in today. So, having said that, I'll loop back around to saying that we do believe that our project is a good fit for the statutory criteria. It's a good fit for the policy, and we'd certainly like to see your support. We'd like to have the district in place and the ability to continue that dialogue on those other items.
Okay, thank you. Commissioners, any,
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Fletcher?
I'd just like to discuss, you raised the issue about the ball fields, and I realize today's not that day. However, I was just thinking in retrospect, when this project was discussed, and we were looking, let's go back to 2008. Personally, my children are 28 and 30, but at the time they were far younger, obviously. At that stage and that age, they would probably be compelled to be on fields. And if the fields were available, I don't know as a parent if I would want my children to be going to fields while construction was taking place. There might be whole nother liability factor and concern while construction is taking place, that there would be open ball fields and people attending and sporting events and things of that nature. So I don't know if really that's a doable concept or any great suggestion to move that forward, as opposed to further on down the line. I just wanted to bring it up. I was just thinking about it. I know that Peter and I were here, the chairman and myself were here at the time, and our kids, I believe, are the same age, and we might have had that thought process, but I don't think it applies now, and being a little more mature of a parent, I don't believe that many parents would want to have their kids going into a construction site for a ball field. Just want to throw that out there.
So just, if I could, Commissioner, at 12th Street and 58th Avenue, that is not a construction site.
Right.
Okay, so they can go ahead and build that field, build that park, and people can go there, and the construction's going to be up on 66th Avenue and 510. So I don't see how there's an issue about a risk of construction activity at the 12th Street and 58th Avenue ball field. Just saying that. Mr. Johnson, I'm sorry to interrupt you.
I agree. I thought you were referring to anything that was on the site. Thank you.
Go ahead, Mr. Johnson.
Just available for any further questions, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman?
Vice Chairman Ehrman.
Mr. Johnson, I understand what you're saying. I tend to agree with it. Also, like Commissioner O'Brien, I would love to see something like that move forward, but I think you're right. I think that's a discussion for another time. I would think those things are important, and I think that's part of us doing this, that I'll go back to the very first thing I said in the first meeting we had on this, and you were there at the very first meeting. And what's his name, Dylan, that starts with a W? The guy that does CDDs is Mayor Jupiter? Todd? Is it Todd?
Todd Wodraska.
First thing, he was the very first speaker, and the first thing out of his mouth was he said that any CDD should be above and beyond the normal, what we're used to as a normal subdivision, and it should have a wow factor. That's the only thing I'm looking at. I do think that discussion is for another day, and I think that that's what we need to do. So I would agree with you to say that, and I understand what you're saying, that it's probably not a discussion for today to talk about whether you're gonna have a ball field and amphitheater or stuff like that. I think it's in the plan, and I think that's something that we need to talk about later. And I just hope that you and your group are very well open to suggestions like that, to working with staff on maybe pushing some of those amenities forward.
Yes, sir.
Vice Chair Ehrman, you know, we've been discussing the grades annexation with the city of Sebastian, and part of our talking points have been, now is the time to get these things done in the developer's agreement or the annexation agreement, because you now still have control of the dialogue. You're negotiating from a position of strength. I think if we vote and approve the CDD today, we can ask them for these things, but we really have no carrot, we have no stick. I mean, we're in a position now where if we want these things done, we should be asking for them to move forward with the CDD. If we approve the CDD, then we're behind the cart there, and we have no.
Mr. Chairman, I don't disagree with you. I just was under understanding that from what I believe the county attorney said and what's been discussed, that we were discussing just the funding mechanism today. I mean, hey, if you can get all that today, let's go for it.
Well, my position is, I'm a no until I get these things. Yeah. And so if they want a yes from me, then we can continue this public hearing for a couple more weeks. They can work on it and come back and see if they can get me to a yes, see if they come back and get you to a wow. But I don't think we approve this until we're satisfied with the things we want. And if you don't think it's a wow yet, then we shouldn't be approving it.
You know, with all the discussion in the past about this project and what is being presented now, even though we cannot have the project fully presented to us, I think that slide that showed that we have fallen through to all the commitments that the county has set forth in their requirements is what we're here today for. Not for the size of the home, the placement of the field, the amount of amenities that will be included. I think that we can't compare this to the annexation, which I feel is being done. They're not on parallel tracks. We don't know. We don't have what we have with this project with the annexation. And that was our argument. We would like to see what is going to transpire as we flip the switch. In other words, are all the requirements going to be met? I believe they are. And I believe that the commitment is there. I don't think that this is going to be like a promise that there'll be great infrastructure and then we're not going to get anything. I think there is a reasonable plan set forward, reasonable plan, conceptual plan, that I believe that we can have reasonable certainty that it's going to follow through with the requirements set forth by the county, by this commission, in order to be properly financed. I don't believe that we're going to see the artist's rendition of exactly what's going to be laid out, and I don't think that was the intention of the discussion today. And I don't think that plans, I can cite a few projects that had crystal clear approval that later on it could not be met. Look, when we were looking at this project in 2008, I know I took the time to go over to, Baldwin in Orlando, which mirrored this. This mirrored it in some respects. It wasn't quite as opulent, but it had a lot of amenities, and it was an environment that was very unique to Indian River County. It was an environment that was very unique to any other concept that had been presented in the past, and I believe that the intentions will be set forth and be laid out appropriately. I don't know if you went out to Baldwin during that 2008 discussion, but it was quite impressive, and it was accomplished.
And Commissioner, I'm not saying this project won't be. I'm just saying if there's anything we want to improve the project, now's the time to do it before we vote yes. If you look at the guidelines that we approved to consider a CDD, number 4 is a provision of a significant public benefit enjoyed by the general public beyond enhanced amenities and landscaping that will be enjoyed by the future property owners within the real estate project. And Commissioner Ehrman, I think this goes to your wow factor. Are you satisfied with the things as they are as wow? And if you're not, then I don't think we should approve this because it doesn't meet our guidelines. And once we approve it, as I said, we have no real negotiating position. They can or cannot do what we ask, but we're not in a position to require it. So that's just where I'm saying. I'm not saying this can't be a very good project. I'm just saying
I
that.
would tell you that I was under the understanding that we were voting on the financing mechanism. The tool in the toolbox has been mentioned many times. I want all the same things that you want. Yes, I want it to be a wow factor. I want it to have amenities that attract, that are good. That's some of my criteria has been, that we have amenities that are attractive, not only to benefit for the residents who live there, but also benefit the county as a whole, and or better than the average subdivision. I'm not saying. I mean, I agree with you. I do agree with you in the fact that I think it would be nice to know some more, but I'm not so sure that we're at that point in the talking about this, that we. Or maybe Dylan can help me out with this. Or we just to vote on the mechanism today and not necessarily the plan, just like we talked about the traffic study earlier. I mean, the traffic study was said it will be done in phases as it's done. I mean, I don't know. Maybe I'm just confused.
Or Jason, Dylan?
Jason, if you want to start, I'll piggyback.
Yeah, I'm happy to chime in. I viewed this process, and I think that's what it was intended to be, is today is the decision on the financing mechanism for the CDD. What I recall was the board gave us a direction several months back to come up with parameters for what we would like to see in a development for CDD to be approved. So we worked, Dylan hosted the workshops, had great input. I think we came up with parameters. This project meets those parameters. And so hence that's why there was a staff recommendation for that. I'm hearing, the wow factor, which is kind of hard to quantify, but I viewed this as a process whereby we were saying, hey, this project that's already been approved, that I believe has a lot of these extra bells and whistles, does it meet the standards for a CDD? And that's going to be a policy decision for the board to make, but that's just the way I viewed it. I didn't see this as the place to kind of have another bite at the apple and say we'd like A, B, C, and D. A, it's just a process issue. If we said it today, it couldn't really be memorialized, and B, it was kind of, to me, hey, here's the development. It's been approved. It's got these things. It's got the TND. It's got all of these offsite improvements, the school, the 50-acre park, the fire station site, all these roadway improvements, some drainage improvements for nearby West Wabasso, some things like that. I think maybe this has been a little bit more unusual than what we might normally see, just because there's been a longer time frame between when the development was approved and when the CDD application's coming. I think, maybe for that next CDD one, there might not be as big a gap between the two. So I think that maybe makes it a little bit more complex. That's just my 2 cents on the issue.
Dylan, do you want to comment?
Yeah, I think Jason did a good job summarizing it. I'll try to do a little bit more, is just simply state, I think the concept with the guidelines that the board had adopted was simply, if you've got a real estate project that's been approved, does it meet the level that this board wants to see in order to justify approving a CDD financial mechanism for that project? I've heard today from several commissioners, they don't think it meets that wow factor, doesn't think it justifies getting it, and therefore they're going to vote no, and that's fine. I've heard from a couple commissioners today, they believe that based upon what's been approved, they think it does meet the wow factor and all the other factors, and therefore they believe it meets the guidelines, and therefore they're going to vote for approval. I think that's really simply the discussion today is the real estate project that has been approved for this project, does it meet in your minds the guidelines and the wow factor that you're looking for in order to take this extra step?
Commissioner Adams, did you have comments?
I have a question. I don't know who is best to answer this, but if a CDD is created and the assessment is done for the money that the CDD would raise, is that based on the overall build out of the development, or is it phased like phase one would just be based? Phase one, the initial raising of dollars would just be based on the 197 in phase one, or would it be, does that make sense?
It does. So there's really 2 steps, and the answer is different on both. So the first step is the bond validation, and that's typically based upon the whole community. We're looking to establish what is the not-to-exceed amount of debt that we may issue for all of the units over time for what I'll call the big pot of improvements that are eligible, and that's the 70-something million dollars that's in the petition. When the debt is actually issued, the debt will be typically issued in phases, and you wouldn't often issue debt in an amount that couldn't be absorbed within about 2 to 3 years. First of all, you have Internal Revenue Code guidelines that say that you have to have a reasonable expectation of spending your money within 3 years when you issue, so you want to be conscious of that. Also, from a cost of carry perspective, it doesn't make a lot of sense to issue debt and have the money sit in the bank if it's not going to be used for 4 or 5 years. So we'll typically issue the debt in phases, but we'll go through an initial process at the circuit court to get that validation approval for the entire community and to provide some flexibility. If the market picks up, you might include more in your first phase or in your second phase. If it slows down, you might include a little less, just depending.
So for bond validation, you kind of get the overall that's where your 75 million comes into play, as far as this whole complete project could support or might be able to support this much. This is what we'll need. This is what we will at some point have available, but we start drawing it down into money in hand that can be spent on projects phased out that kind of mirror the phasing of the project.
Correct. And not to get too into the weeds, the CDD may ultimately make decisions based upon advice from its bankers and financial advisors to bundle that debt. There may be some long-term debt that's going to be paid over 30 years, and that's what you think of as the conventional assessments that will show up on the county tax bill. There may be short-term bonds that would be paid prior to an ultimate consumer taking title. So the mix of that debt and where that comes in can change a little bit, and depending on market conditions and what has the better rates. But in any event, you're almost always going to phase those in those increments that I just mentioned.
So, and one of the reasons I ask is because I know Commissioner O'Brien has some things that he would like to see sooner rather than later. But from what I'm hearing, that is part of the overall project coming together, and the monies needed to do some of that, as well as the infrastructure needed for phase one, would not necessarily all be available up front.
It wouldn't necessarily be available up front. Now, as I mentioned earlier, the CDD it remains subject to at all times, the development order, the PUD, your building, your zoning approval. So as the landowner comes back in, getting approvals for, phase 2, phase 3, phase 4, to the extent that there are changes to the obligations on the project coming out of those traffic studies or coming out of those developer agreements, the CDD is going to be just as subject to them as if they'd been in place on day one, because we are always subject to your legal requirements.
So the development agreement and the permitting is what drives the infrastructure that would be needed to be built, that the CDD would be paying for, basically.
Right.
Okay, so then my next question, and I don't know if it's you or Dylan or Phil, or I see Andy lurking about in the back as well. The developer's agreement has already been agreed upon and signed off on by the county and the developer? Yes? Is that is an executed kind of agreement at this point?
I do know that there is an approval for this property that sets forth clearly the responsibilities of the developer, property owner, and all the timing and phases of all those other things. So those approvals do stand right now.
Okay,
And then you just had the approval for phase 1 that was subject to that traffic study.
okay.
If I could just real quick, for the record, Ryan Sweeney, Chief of Current Development. The development order. Ryan Sweeney, Chief of Current Development. Thank you. Sorry, I do talk a little fast sometimes. The development order is in place, not the developer's agreement.
Okay, that's what I meant.
Developers' agreements are typically broken out by
Right.
phase and tied again back to those buckets of improvements, if you will.
And in order to get the CO on phase 1 or to start phase 1,
That chunk of improvements would need to be built.
and what, again, is that chunk of improvements? That includes 60s, that includes Barber Street and Schuman?
Those are further into.
Those are further in.
Correct.
What is phase,
We don't have an actual developer's agreement for phases 1A and B in place now, but whatever those, and that'll be done prior to land development permit.
okay,
But in phase 1A and 1B are pretty small in grand scheme of things. So it's primarily internal roadways, intersection improvements, turn lanes, things like that. But those would all be lumped together and have
And-
to be completed prior to a certificate of completion for that phase. Thereby, you can issue COs for the homes.
okay. And how many different times in this whole phased-out process will they have to come back seeking permitting and those types of things?
Per each phase, right now, I would estimate 3 or 4 phases total, 3 or 4 different chunks.
Okay,
total.
and each one of those is going to include different types of infrastructure
Yes,
requirements?
correct. A group of improvements.
And,
Yes, a group of improvements per phase.
as we move forward, that is when, if there's negotiations that need to occur about maybe, as I know in some projects, some things may want to be moved up, some things may want to be moved back, and there is back and forth between county typically and the development on that phasing out.
Yes, generally, the ideal world is we would follow what's already been laid out, but there are, of course, there are shifts where we might push off certain improvements into a subsequent phase and bring other improvements into a more recent phase or current phase.
Okay.
So there is that ability, yes.
I was just trying to seek clarification on, one, how the CDD raised its money, so I had a better understanding of what is available at the beginning, and also how the county's process of where we have already come from and what the process is this is going to go through, because even if there's a magical money tree out there and they don't even, we can start work tomorrow digging dirt and moving, there's still many different times that they are going to have to come back to community development for other approvals and making sure that things have been completed before it's moved on to the next
Yes.
stage of the process.
Yes.
Okay.
Phil Mattson, I just like to add, there aren't a lot of precedent for large-scale phased development in this county. We don't typically have things large like this. Waterway Village is a good example.
Right.
So they built the sidewalks on 58th first. Then when more phases kicked in, they did 49th Street, 43rd, and so forth. So that's a way to conceptualize it.
Okay.
Mr.
Oh,
Oh,
go
I'm
ahead.
sorry. No.
No, did you have a question? I just had comments, so whenever we get to
no.
comments, but if you have questions for staff, go ahead.
No, I was just going to thank our chair, but I can do that after your.
Okay, so just, I feel like this is probably a good example of why it's important to have things included in agreements when you start projects. To Mr. Dodd's point earlier, at the time this was approved in 2008, the things that were important to the commission and the things that were going on in the community and that were important to the community were included in those agreements and those initial approvals. And the extractions that need to be made were the extractions that were important at the time. I still believe that this is a good project, and this is this is the type of project that we try to encourage in the county. Even going through the visioning process, the elements included in this project are elements we've been talking about wanting to encourage in other projects, whether it's conservation, walkable communities, donation of property for other infrastructures, fire stations, schools, off-site park space. Those types of things are the things that we really have talked about and have risen to the top in our visioning plan. So why aren't we seeing those in developments happening around the county? Well, for one, this has enough space to do that when most of them do not. Second of all, there's benefits to a development happening this way, and there's other developers that have tried. I know Point West is a good example, but there are aspects of Point West that were not able to happen because of the funding mechanism and because of the lack of the ability to put in that infrastructure. We're starting to see it kind of happen now. You have the Cleveland Clinic spot. I guess there's some other things that are happening as far as their commercial aspects of it. But there's a reason why, and if you talk to developers, why that hasn't happened. I think because we are now, 12 years past the initial approval of this, maybe what people would like to see or what they understand about what has been agreed upon has changed a bit. I still believe that everything that everybody's asking for up here and everything that everybody wants to see happen, whether it's improvements to roads or parks or those types of things, are included in this project one way or another, and there are triggers to make sure they happen, period. But they're never going to happen if the project never happens. And we're in a position right now where we are arguing about things that we want to see happen, but we're not giving the project the tools it needs to happen. So we're never going to get it. We're going to be 25 years down the road lamenting over improvements that need to be funded by either CDDs or impact fees, but we're not going to get either because the project isn't going to move forward. And we want to see park space. I know we need more fire stations. We're going to need more fire stations in that general area if the annexation moves through or moves forward, which it is. And this is a mechanism to get that property to do that. This is a mechanism to provide park space. For me, one of the biggest things with this development that raises it to a different level is the greenways connection. We have an overall county greenways plan to connect from South County to North County out to out to the Stick Marsh. And this South Prong Greenways connection is kind of that middle piece to start connecting those and building that out. And it will go through that community. Maybe some of these things are not gonna come online at the beginning, but if we don't do something different, we're going to keep getting the same developments that, again, we lament ourselves about why aren't we getting anything more? We want other people to ask for more. We need to give them the tools to do that. And for me, this is a tool that will help do that. The general developments that come across, well, they don't even necessarily come to us, but that come to planning and zoning, what the average of what we see is a small scale, a couple hundred units, gated community with some roundabouts and a community center. And we call that development. That is a neighborhood. That is not anything better than what we have. Whereas in this instance, for me, you have some commercial that will help keep people off the roads. You have, again, an internal walkable community. You have a school that people can attend. In the long run, you're going to have community or road improvements, stormwater improvements, conservation improvements, and other things that make it more than just your standard, and I don't want to call it any particular development, so I'm not, but your standard gated community. So to me, this is a no-brainer. Is this project going to happen with this solely? I don't think so. I think based on the numbers that they need to raise, they're going to have to do other and look at other funding sources. But I think this helps them get there, and it helps us get past this 12 years of nothing happening. And to the point that Commissioner O'Brien raised about the project having bad timing, I would just counter that with, it has bad timing because government takes forever to make a decision. And we do, let's own it, right? We do take a while. So if the economy is now on the upswing again, it's going to take a while for this to go through the process again, and now we will be behind the upswing like we are here. I mean, we started this process in January, and we haven't been able to even entertain the idea of yes or no on it for 10 months. We're in October. You miss 10 months in a economic upturn, and you're behind the 8 ball by the time you're able to mobilize. So I see this as getting ahead of the next swing, if nothing else. So that's my probably way more than 2 cents, maybe 17 cents on the matter. But I appreciate the answer to my question, because I think there was some confusion about how much you raised initially versus overall, and it does make sense to phase that out because it would be tied to the repayment. Thank you.
So we're still in a public hearing. Is there anyone else in the public that wishes to comment on this? Good afternoon. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Commissioners, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Joseph Paladin. And last year, the CDD that was brought forward by myself, Lakeside East, Lakeside West. It was an entirely different situation than what we're looking at right now. It was much smaller, wasn't even close to being 500 acres. Hard to get a wow factor on a smaller piece of ground. You can only do so much. So this project checked all the boxes that I couldn't check last year because I didn't have the ability to check those boxes with the amount of land that I had in my fingertips to be part of the project. What I spoke on was the CDD process being a part of the financial process, which is what we're talking about. You know, several years, I've been doing development in this county for over 20-some years, done several projects. But back then, we had different financial availability than we do today. You know, back then, basically, I could walk into any bank in Indian River County and tell them, hey, Jay, listen, I got another project that's 80 acres, whatever, I want to do this, here's the drawings. Okay, Joe, how much money you need? I sign, I get the money, I move on. It's not like that anymore. Getting financing for development isn't that easy anymore. And this CDD gives you another opportunity, another tool in the toolbox, if you would, to go forward with a project if it meets all the criteria. And the thing is that this project checks all the boxes that I couldn't check when I brought the CDD through a year ago. So it's an entirely different situation. And furthermore, part of the wow factor, or part of the reason that I would stand up here and support this project, is because of the individuals that are behind it. Don Proctor, Andrew Kennedy. Let me tell you something. I can't think of 2 better people that I would rather deal with than those 2 people. You got to take that into consideration, people. You got to give that some respect. I have a great deal of respect for both of those people, and I would take them at their word. If there's any chance of this stuff getting done the way you want to get it done in the future, I think you stand a much better chance with somebody that you know is reputable, that has proven himself over and over for years and years and years. So I support this project, even though my CDD was turned down, but I didn't check all the boxes. I didn't do everything. I couldn't get the wow factor. Part of the wow factor is that after all these years, they're still here. Wow, they're still here. I mean, you know, that's sort of amazing in itself. But I think this project, looking at the layout, looking at what they plan to do, I think it has that wow factor. And you know, it's hard to decide how do you define a wow factor. You know, it's tough to put that in black and white. Well, here's a wow factor. We've never been able to do that. but I think they've checked all the boxes that the committee said that they should check in order to go forward. So as far as the financial package itself, I think this gives them the ability, like Commissioner Adams said, gives them the ability to go forward to that next step. If you don't do step one, you can't do step two. If you can't do step two, you can't do step three. You got to start someplace. If you keep turning down step one, you're never going to get to step two. So I think we have reputable people bringing this project forward. I think it's a heck of a nice looking project. I was part of this way back when Mark Brackett brought it forward years and years ago, before Andrew was involved in it, actually. But this is a great project, and I think we got to give them the opportunity to achieve success. We have to give them that opportunity. And we're on, you know, the project itself has already been approved, so we're not looking to approve road design and you know, concurrency and stuff. We're looking to approve how they get their financing. And it's much more difficult today to get financing than it was 15, 20 years ago when I first started developing up here. It's much harder today. So I think we should bless this project, give them our support and stand behind them, and work as a team, the county and the team they put together, which is an excellent team. I support this project. I think this project should go forward, and I think you should let them have the opportunity to do it with a CDD. Don't think you're giving them a get-out-of-jail-free card for CDD. I'm going to tell you something. After I try to do my CDD, I have second thoughts about doing another one. I mean, you got to come to a much higher standard when you do a CDD. It's not like a standard HOA or something like that. It's entirely different. The standards you have to come to are very strict, very transparent, very tough. So you're not giving them a free ride. They're actually going through a lot more work to do a CDD than they would a regular development. And in all reality, as long as I could get private money out there, I'd think twice about doing another CDD, because it really does bring you up to a whole higher standard. That's my opinion. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak? Ms. Rigby, if you want to come up to this podium, you'll be ready next.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Ms.
Richard Bialowski, architect and developer. Just to be clear, I'm not part of this development team at all, but I have participated a bit in the CDD process, and I came today because I think Liberty Park is the kind of project you want to use to start this process in the county. Now, I have somewhat of a remembrance of 2008 and the approvals for the project, but I worked really hard to erase 2008 from my mind, so I don't know the details. I think Commissioner Adams really summed a lot of these concerns up. We've got this term wow factor, which from the beginning has bothered me because, quite honestly, it's just too cute a term for what we really want to be talking about is thoughtfulness. We want developments where we think about how people live, interact, walk to work, walk to school, walk to shopping, meet other people, play in parks. Since this was approved in 2008, we keep saying 14 years later and nothing's happened. You know, in 14 years, have we seen other examples that rise to this level come into existence? No. We've seen subdivision after subdivision after subdivision, and we have nothing comparable to this. If you read the preamble to the TND ordinance, the whole TND ordinance came into being because it was said that subdivisions were monotonous. Same old architecture. You couldn't tell one house from the other. And, you know, there's really no sense of place in any of our subdivisions other than, you know, the gate to my gated community looks different than the gate to yours. This is a significant project, and we are undoubtedly going to see growth in this county over time. How much, where, what, I don't know, but we need examples. This project raises the bar. We need examples to point to when new development starts to say what it is that we want to be. I spent this weekend, I went to a birthday party in the town of Palm Beach. I cannot tell you how happy my wife and I were when we drove back into Indian River County. You know, we don't want to lose that, but you don't gain that by sprawl-based subdivision after subdivision. You have to have things like this that create a sense of place. And again, you know, I don't, you know, wow factor, you know, it's an intuitive thing what you like and what you don't like. but this is a thoughtful project. It comes to the level that I think we need to come to point other future developments in. And is it perfect? Probably not, but let's, again, what do they say? Don't let the perfect be the enemy of the good. So, you know, rehashing old discussions about the parameters of the project, I don't frankly know what the time and place is for that, but I think as I understand it here, we're talking about a financing mechanism that recognizes that, and we have created parameters that recognize exemplary projects for this. This, to my mind, certainly meets that criteria. You know, I hope it gets approved today, but I truly hope it gets approved today with a 5-0 vote, because that's the signal I think we really need to send. Thank you.
Richard, I'm a little confused, 'cause I thought 2-3 years ago, didn't we approve your village?
Yeah, and I think it rises to that level too, but we're not.
Okay, well, just
Yeah.
a minute ago, you said that we haven't done anything but plain old standard subdivision, so that's where I'm
I didn't
confused.
actually say that, Pete. What I said was we haven't seen any sort of emerge from the ground that we can point to. And, you know, I thank you all for the approval of our project, and I think it does rise to that level. We aren't the size that would, you know, be a CDD. But no, what I'm saying is we don't drive down the street and see the examples over that time. It's easy to get a subdivision approved. You know, as long as it meets the requirements, it's almost automatically approved. So, you know, I think when you've had the opportunity to do your job and see the good projects, you guys have done it. But I don't think we see them, and I think if there's an incentive for them, we'll see more of them. I don't know. Does that answer?
Well, I know that we have approved a couple of projects beyond just plain ordinary subdivisions, so I just want to make sure the record's clear that we have
I think
approved these things. They just
Yeah, they haven't come to fruition, so we don't have the examples to point to. That's what I'm trying to say. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Rigby, good afternoon. Welcome.
Chairman, my name is Bill Rigby. I'm Bill, kind of host, Bill Rigby, president of the West Wabassa Progressive Civic Club. There's two questions before I start today that I would like to ask. You have the Community Development Block Grant, and you have the CDD. My question today is this. If you would have had a CDGB, which is Community Development Block Grant, if you had that, would a CDD today would be in existence?
Mr. Rigby, they're totally separate issues.
Okay,
I
I
think
know
the
that they're separate issues. I know that. I know what a community block, I know what a community development block grant is. I also know what a CDD is. I'm asking the basic question. If you would have had to use a CDBG grant funding, and if you're going to use what they're considering today as a CDD funding, could you have used a CDD funding? That's what I'm asking. I'm basically clear what I'm saying.
Well, Mr. Rigby, usually the CDBGs are much lower dollar amounts, like $750,000. We're talking here multiple millions with the CDD. Usually the community development block grants have some existing community component where you're trying to make improvements to neighborhoods that need to be fixed up or cleaned up. Good examples are where we use CDBG grants with the septic to sewer projects in West Wabasso. Here you're talking about a whole new subdivision from the ground up. I don't think that would even qualify under the CDBG guidelines. So as Mr. Reingold said, they're really two totally different cats.
Okay. I understand that. I'm kind of confused here today. And I'm just asking for clarity on certain things that I'm confused about. Let me say, first of all, that I think that Mr. Kennedy put up a nice project. I think it's a great project that he put up on the board. However, I'm looking at my community. My community. And what I look at it is that out of all of that you want to say, the funding, however you may want to see it, however you may want to put it, I don't see anything that's pertaining to my community.
So, Mr. Rigby,
Go ahead.
what happens with the CDD is the initial start of it is you have a property owner who says, I'm going to develop my property in a certain way. And they've come forward to the county to say, hey, in order to try to fund this development of my property, I want to use this community development district financing mechanism to accomplish the development on my personal property. What I think you're talking about is improvements in a already developed area. And so the property owners in that area would have to come together, decide to form a CDD, and then do improvements, but those improvements would be based upon assessments on those properties within the CDD. So the property owners within that area would have to decide that, yes, they were willing to fund and pay assessments that would provide for all of those improvements that the community development district does. That's why it's easier to do it with kind of undeveloped land with a large property owner who can then set up that infrastructure, as opposed to having lots of different separate property owners having to kind of come together to form the CDD. I'm sorry if that was a long-winded answer, but hopefully that explained the issue.
And I would like to add, there are some improvements here. I mean, I feel like maybe we haven't done an adequate job explaining some of the extra things that this development does. But one of the improvements is Douglas subdivision drainage and pedestrian improvements, with the Ryle Park improvements, which is a 50-acre park that's on the southwestern end of the West Wabasso neighborhood. The developer is committed to construct stormwater improvements that will serve to enhance drainage for the Douglas subdivision, which lies east of the park. So there's some drainage challenges there in certain areas of West Wabasso that we don't really have a ready fix for because there's nowhere to send the water. This project's going to help accomplish some of that. It's also going to have pedestrian improvements to that 50-acre park, which will provide, an amenity that will be available to the community. So I just want to make sure that there are some things that are above and beyond what you would normally see, in addition to the other things that we've talked about, and things that would be a benefit to the surrounding community as part of the improvements that are being done there.
Okay. My next question, forgive me, I'm kind of host today, but please forgive me. My next question is this, because I'm still at a loss, but you're bringing some clarity to me in my thought process. You're bringing some clarity to me. Now, here's what I look at, though. I look at the developers, and I'll say, I am for development. I look at the project that they have, and I think a marvelous project that they want to bring in our community. But what I also look at is that I look at all the backup material that you have. I looked at Florida Stat 190. I look at Florida Stat 120. I look at Florida Stat 180. And all of that I research in that is that, hey, the community really was left out. Even though you have granted an application for this project, and granting this application for this project, I mean, what developer have came to our community? What developer have came to the Wabasso Progressive Civic League Club and expressed whatever they're going to do? I'm sure none of you up here will want a developer come in your neighborhood and not want to do anything. I'm with Commissioner O'Brien on one thing, and that is this. If you're going to do something and you're going to put your John Henry onto it, you need to have all of it in writing, or you don't vote on something that's coming up later. Because we all know that the CDD, according to Florida Stat 190.005, is that, and Florida Stat 190.003, which is the foundation of the CDD, we all know this, that once you do that, hey, that's it. They might can add some drainage, are there. Even with the, I think they call it TND. Even with the TND, it has guidelines that you have in it, for as your setback, for as your drainage, all of that's in there. But what happened, what I'm looking at again is my neighborhood, the West Wabassa community, which has been left out for over 25 or 30 years. But here again now, CDD, bam, I'm for that. I'm going to say this. My community looks the way it looks, not by accident, but by design. Why do I say that? You're all arms at CDD. We can't get anything in our neighborhood unless it's a grant. Is that right? But here today, you all for a CDD, and which has been approved. They paid the $15,000 for the application fee. I know that. But I'm saying is this today, you have to look at all options when you're doing it. And Mr. Brown, he's right. You signed and agreed with this today, even though it's a nice project. By all my reading, according to 190.005, that's it. Go ahead.
So, Mr. Rigby, I do want to disagree with you on a very important point.
Go ahead, sir.
You make it sound like the start of this project is at 190.002 and 190.005. I think that's a misunderstanding of the fact that this project really started with the approvals that were made and granted back in 2008. All we're talking about today is the financing of the project that otherwise exists and has been approved.
Okay, I understand that it's been approved, and I understand the financing part of it. I understand all of that. I'm just saying today is this. When I think someone got to say they have checked all the boxes have not been checked. I'm going to ask this question. I'm going to take my seat. And Madam Clerk, please make this part of the record. Is there anyone in this building from Florida Land and Water Advisory Commission? Is anyone in this building today here?
I will tell you, Mr. Rigby, that FLAWAC is the governor and the cabinet, and I do not believe I have seen the governor and the cabinet in the chambers today.
My next question is this. Does the Florida Land and Water Advisory Commission, do they have a say-so?
No, this actually falls underneath the size guidelines that would require FLAWAC approval.
Okay, so 120 means nothing then, because under 120, it takes you back to the Florida Land and Water Advisory Commission. And then from 120, it takes you to 380. So you're telling me today, Madam Clerk, make this part of the record. So you're telling me today that 380 doesn't have nothing to do with this. 190 have nothing to do with this. And he also saying today is that also that 120 has nothing to do with this. Please make that part of the record.
Mr. Rigby, please refrain from the finger pointing at the clerk. Actually, she's not even our clerk. Okay, all right. Just be a little respectful. Anyone else from the public wish to comment? Yes, sir. Good afternoon. Welcome.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Donald Proctor. I've been a resident of this county for over 50 years. I've been involved with some of the finest developments in this county. And I tell you what does it, the people that are behind this thing. When it takes things, if you've got somebody that's trying to do it right and you put too many things on them, they can't do it. That's why it's taken this long for this to happen now. So I can tell you, as somebody who's been involved with projects larger than this and ones that we took over and made successful, it was because of the people. You've got great people behind this project. I'm not really one of them. I don't have anything to do with it other than my real estate people that have been involved in the approval process. I have no dog in the fight, other than to tell you that the people that are doing this, I support them 100%. They're good people, and I don't know how they've gone on this long, to tell you the truth. And I really believe that anything that gets done here with this county is going to be done right by people that are behind it. And we've never done anything that I have to hang my hand out on, and we've done thousands of units in Indian River County. And if it's done properly, like this project is set up to do, and you support it, you're doing the county a favor. So, and all of us a favor. That's about it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else wish to speak? Kenny?
Anybody hungry?
No.
I appreciate Donald Proctor as a mentor of mine, and it's why I do what I do. Certainly, I do want to thank you all. The roadmaps have been established some time ago. You know, when you look back, I know it's hard to make the distinction with Commissioner Adams, what you had mentioned, that we are here on the financing mechanism of it. All the team that's here is a part of that. It started December of last year with Lakeside. I appreciate your comments, Mr. Paladin, mean a lot. But the roadmaps already happened, TND and all of those type of things. And then you look at the design standards, which was that 4.1, which we meet. But globally speaking, how do you go from concept to reality? Like Mr. Proctor was just saying, it's not for the faint of heart. Here we sit. There's 3 investors in this project, local, that are very much local, that I referenced earlier in the conversation. Very passionate about the project, and it has been a long time. And so how do you truly make a difference in development? You set the time frames, you can't do that, but you set the table of how it needs to look, down to the minutia of pattern books. A reduction of prominence of the front load of garage, setbacks, grid, all these different things. The development order is the development order. The conditions of approval are the conditions of approval. We talked to the MPO, to Commissioner Adams, when you're talking about a transfer of development rights that Kimley Horn comes up with as a means to an end for good, solid development. This project's done that, or is doing that, or is hopefully going to do that. Conservation, same thing. Cluster density, that was another thing that was mentioned in the MPO. This has that. It could have a neighborhood and all these other things, but I do think it's already there, laid out in very, very particular detail. So really appreciate your open-mindedness to have looked at Lakeside and then evolved it to where we are today, and have directed. And Dylan did a wonderful job, by the way. The process, the transparency of it, the attendance. I know Chuck couldn't be here; he's out of town, but he's in favor of it. So I'll end it at that. Thank you very much for the time, and appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak? All right, seeing none and having provided ample opportunity, we'll close the public hearing. Commissioners.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Moss?
Well, I'd like to start by thanking you for pointing out that the negotiation for anything that any of us might wish to see in this project should take place today. I know it is certainly a funding mechanism, absolutely. That's been the advertising. We've been beaten over the head with that so many times it's become confusing even, that's all it is. No, that's not even the most important thing it is. It's the most important thing it is to the developers, of course, but it's not the most important thing it is to the community. The most important thing it is to the community is we would be establishing a government today. A CDD is a special district government, and that's why what our chair said is perfectly correct, that any negotiation needs to take place before a government is created. We're creating a government, the government of Liberty Park. That's what will be happening today. And just as with Sebastian, we don't tell them what to do. We don't dictate. They are a separate legal entity, and they do as they wish. Even more interesting, with the CDD, the 5 people that run it are not elected. So I'm not sure what kind of accountability is there. But I have to admit, I was a bit disappointed today because 2 very reasonable requests were made. Our chairman asked that the timeline for the ballparks be moved up. That's a very small request. And I didn't see any real response to that. I mean, any agreement to do it. And the city of Sebastian has been here talking about traffic, which we know will be a huge problem. 913 residences. We already know. We already have traffic problems, not just in that area, but around the county. We all see it every day. And the response was, well, talk to the MPO. Well, the MPO is a wonderful organization, but the projects are long-term. They all are. I mean, they agreed to do turning lanes in 2017 when I was the mayor. They're still not done. They're finally working on them. And that's just turning lanes. We're not talking about a huge traffic situation such as will be created by this. And, frankly, the wow factor, it's not as frivolous as it sounds. The wow factor, definition of that, was something that was for the larger community, not just for Liberty Park, not just for the CDD, not just for that government. It was for the community as a whole. That was the wow factor. And that's not here. It absolutely is not here. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Adams.
Yes, thank you. I mean, I've kind of said my piece several times now already, but I will, when given the opportunity to say more, always happily oblige. So
We always look forward to it.
yes, I know you say that, but I know what that means. So I keep going back to my concern that this is being presented as if we're in a negotiation situation. And the time for negotiation was in 2008. You can certainly withhold your vote if you don't get something. I guess a vote is always an opportunity for negotiation, but I don't think it's an appropriate tool in this instance. There's development agreements, development orders, there's processes where that is appropriate. And I think we're lumping together the two. Now, most certainly, again, you're welcome to withhold your vote for whatever reason, or vote however you want based on what you're hearing. But to say that this is the time to negotiate is really doing a disservice to the community, because it's confusing the issues and the task at hand. And when other developments and processes come before us, and that confusion continues to last because we are giving out inappropriate information, is again a disservice to the community. We all, as again Mr. Dodd stated, have processes that take care of certain aspects of the overall development and build out of a community. And to not be clear about what process or what lane you're in at this time confuses the issue, and that is why the public has a lack of trust, because there is a lack of clear and concise information. So I am concerned about some of those statements. I don't agree that this is the time to negotiate. The time to do that was in 2008. I was not here, so I did not necessarily get a say in that. Does that not mean that I can't go down to Phil and planning, where we can have a discussion here as a commission that says, when this comes forward, if there is an opportunity, we'd like to have a conversation, or we would like you to have a conversation with the applicant about X, Y, and Z, we most certainly can. And I think that that message has been conveyed very loudly and clearly to staff, but it is inappropriate and not in this specific process to try to change agreements that are already in place. That's a whole different process. But what, again, I will throw out there is all this stuff that everybody wants to see is on the record, it's on the books, and is in the plan to happen. It will happen if the project happens. If the project doesn't happen, none of it is going to happen, and what you're going to end up seeing is 500 acres being sold off in 75 to 100 acre pieces with 20 units here with a wall around it, which is not in any way what we have all discussed across the county through our visioning plan. And I just want to give the background that that visioning plan and the people that have participated in it are not just county commissioners. It is the city of Sebastian, it is the city of Fellsmere, it's the city of Vero Beach, it's Indian River Shores, it is the Wabasso community, it's the Gifford community, it's the ag community, it's the biking community, it's the pedestrian community, it's the boating community, it's the environmental community, it's the school communities. All these communities have talked about what they would ultimately like to see that would make a fantastic gem in the crown of Indian River County if we are going to develop it. This might not be everything, but this is so much closer than anything that has come before us in the past that I feel like we owe it to that conversation in the community to give the tools to a project and let them see if they can make it happen. I know that there's some, that Mr. Rigby mentioned that nobody has come to speak to his community. Well, that is not correct. People came to speak to the community in 2008, and as recently as several weeks ago, I believe there was a representative at the Wabasso Progressive Civic League meeting. So perhaps, again, there's a misunderstanding of how those processes happen. So for me, I think this checks a lot of the boxes that I want to see. This is the kind of development that is where we need to be going. It is more than what we would normally get. I'm supportive of it. I've already, again, this is now my 45th cent I've given to this. So with that, I would love to make a motion for approval.
Second with discussion.
We have a motion by Commissioner Adams, second by Commissioner Flesher, to approve the CDD petition. Commissioner Flesher, under discussion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, with all of discussion today, had to remind us why we're here. You know, we're here because someone proposed a cookie cutter project, a standard subdivision with the concept of a CDD, and it failed. It was bland. It had nothing to it other than rooftops that were just a few feet away from each other. Nothing enhancing, nothing wowing. We'll come back to the wowing. Because it was just there. It was housing. It could have been done anywhere, at any time, at any place, because it was CBS, rooftop, air conditioning, water, and rooms. And a garage. That was it. Nothing wowing, nothing appealing. It didn't sell. That's why we're here today. We're here today because we said, this is a good idea, but this is just another way to have somebody else pay for the product. The developer gets out from underneath it, and it's just getting paid. Wow. When you first look at it, that's what it appears to be. Then we educated ourselves. And then we directed staff to take a look at it. After we turned down that project, that bland project, rightfully so, we got to know a little bit more, directed staff to look at standards, guidelines, requirements. Staff presented it. Here we are. We have a project that is quite different than what I've just described. It has a lot going for it. We've already discussed it. We discussed it years ago, 14 years ago. And There's a lot there. It's a different environment. But nonetheless, we're going to see something that's different other than those bland residents. You know, there's another factor, because that's why we're here today. We're here today because before this, we had a light toolbox. The developers had a light toolbox. Inside the toolbox was a hammer. That's it. You know, if there's only a hammer in your toolbox, everything begins to look like a nail. And it doesn't go. And that's what's happened in the past. But now if we incorporate new tools in the toolbox to go forward, we get the big toolbox, the one that all the guys want. And we put this tool in there. Now we have different fasteners and different pathways and different avenues to build a great project. Now, I'm not saying that that's the only reason why we're here today. We're also here today because, you know, we keep looking at affordable housing. Nobody's talked about the affordability of the housing here. But I just want to throw it out there. When you can't, I think we have something else on the agenda later on, but let's get back to this one. You can't build a house that is completely affordable with all these amenities. But it's getting better. It's getting better because the initial onset, the financing for the infrastructure is included over 20 to 30 years. Whatever the agreement is, it's spread out. So the homeowner is not going to be confronted with looking at the developer passing off the infrastructure not only for their phase, but for all 3 phases or 4 phases or whatever's there included in the project, because the developer's not going to take a loss. But nobody's taking a loss here. It's another mechanism that's going to go on the trim notice, and they're going to be paying annually. We're assured that they're going to be duly notified, page number 38 or 39 of those forms you sign when you buy a home, that they're contractually agreeing, and they're going to understand that they're going to be paying over the course of the next 20 or 30 years. Well, that's going to automatically lower the price of the impact upon arriving to that home. That's why we're here today. It's going to help. We talked about so many other things. Let's just talk about looking at a parcel of property that's been vacant for a long time. Almost looks like a Civil War reenactment movie set. It's got beautiful trees, rolling lawn, well-maintained. Is that what we want? Or do we want to go forward and develop in a very positive way with many, many amenities that would otherwise not be able to be put down and delivered without this tool in the toolbox? So it's hammer time. That's my second.
Thank you. Vice Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Commissioner Adams, Commissioner Fleischer, you've said a lot of what I was probably going to repeat, so I'm not going to do that. I'm going to take it at another angle. That when this was first presented to me, not this one, but when the one that like some that Mr. Paladin was involved in, and there's probably one person that I respect his opinion on development, and what he does is what Joe Paladin says about this. He has a good feel on it, and a good opinion on it that I respect. We don't always agree, but I do respect his opinion when it comes to this. When this first came to us with the project that he had, and I remember talking to the county attorney, it was one of the first big deals I had. I was like, that doesn't sound, I don't know much about CDDs at the time, but that doesn't sound like a CDD type project to me. It's just a regular run-of-the-mill subdivision. And one of the things I vowed when I was elected to this job was that we were going to have quality growth. You can have growth, and the county's going to grow, and it should grow, but your growth needs to be quality, and it needs to be what we want to see. We don't need the subdivision around the pond with a gated fence and just that. And those days are, it served its time. It does. Some of those projects have been very good. There's people that live happily in their homes in those, but it's just something that I was concerned about with what kind of growth are we going to continue to have here in River County. And while we're going to have growth, we can't stop growth, but we can sure regulate growth and maintain the growth and make it quality growth in the counties. And all things come into play, such as the quality of the neighborhood, the traffic impacts, the commercial access to schools, the public safety aspect of it, all have a part in this. And as Mr. Bialowski says, I think this project raises the bar. I think this is the kind of project that we want, especially with regards to CDD. Again, I wasn't in favor of a CDD with the previous project that applied, but after doing some research and knowing this was coming forward, I've researched a lot of CDDs in the state, and a lot of counties do this now. And I met a gentleman the other day that used to be work for a developer. He was one of their top guys in the development company, and he asked me, do you all use CDDs? I said, it's funny you should say that. We have one coming up on Tuesday about this. He said, if you want a good project, you get a CDD, and you make sure they do it right, and you'll be proud that you did that. Is it establishing a government entity? Yeah, it is, but when you look at all of it and you look at the rules within regards to CDDs, you're going to see that it changes nothing that the county does. We still have full and complete authority over, but this is, that area makes their own decisions, that subdivision makes their own decision, such as HOAs. They're just not bound by certain things. And so I think that's an important difference. And as we talked earlier, all these other things that are going to come, I think are to be negotiated in future. Again, I think we're here today to talk about a funding mechanism and a tool in the toolbox. And yes, I do want to see, and Mr. Bialowski, I apologize, the wow factor wasn't my saying. That was the saying that was made by one of the people that know about CDDs in our first meeting. And it just kind of stayed as the coined phrase with that. So I think this checks all the boxes with that. And the last thing I would say is that Joe Paladin was correct, and Don Proctor, you're correct. The people involved with this project are good people. They're impressive people. They've been here, lived here, most of them all their entire life. They've done good projects in the past, and I will take them at their word. And if for some reason they don't live up to the standards that I expect out of them, and I'm still the commissioner at the time, believe me, I'll hold them to it. I'll hold their feet to the fire and say, Andrew, you promised this, you were going to do this and that, and I don't think we'll ever have that discussion, but you guys know that I will take you, I will question that if things aren't being done the proper way. But I am supportive of this. I see it I see this project, and it's based on this project. The next CDD that comes before me, I may not feel the same way, but I feel that way on this project. I think this has the opportunity to make a difference. I don't think it's similar to what Sebastian's doing up there. I think the two can work together, and I think Sebastian is like we are. They learned a lesson the first time they did this, and just as Commissioner Fleischer said, we learned a lesson the first time we did this, and I think we've learned from that. I think this can live in harmony. I think both of these projects will do well in the county as long as, we all have an open line of communication still. So I'm looking forward to moving ahead with this, and I think the best line today is by Commissioner Adams: if we don't approve this project, then it never had a chance. So that's all I have to say, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. So I think one of the important things to keep in mind is that the CDD will not fund all of the proposed $76 million in construction costs. It'll actually probably be a much smaller figure. I believe Mr. Johnson said one of the things that they kind of consider is like an $800 per year hit on the tax bill, and if you multiply that out, in 30 years, it comes up to a lot less than the 76 million. But, and we also heard earlier from Mr. Johnson that once we approve the CDD, how those future funds are expended is really up to the CDD directors, the capital bond people, and other interests completely out of our control. And it is creating a government with no initial accountability. So once we approve this, we really have no say in how or where those funds go. And I will just say to Commissioner Flesher's point about all the amenities and great things that'll be coming, nowhere in the estimated cost of construction are amenities. There's no category for parks. There's no category for clubhouses. No category for pickleball courts. There's no category whatsoever for any type of amenity. So, you know, I know these things are promised. We have seen multiple times in many subdivisions in the past that the very last thing that they put in is generally the clubhouse and the pool and the amenities. And yet here, they're not even listing those things as part of their construction cost. I think it's a falsehood to consider that if we make financing cheaper or easier for the developer, that therefore that translates into a lower housing cost. I firmly believe that the price of a home is going to be based on what the market is going for at that point in time. And if 5 years from now they finally have phase one built and homes are selling for $475,000, then homes in this subdivision are going to be in that ballpark price range because they're going to be, that's the price that the market is supporting, and that's what they're going to sell at. And I don't think anywhere they're going to say, hey, you know what, we got some cheap financing, so we're knocking 50 grand off the price of the house. I think that's going to stay within and will be part of the developer's overall net profit margin. And I've heard several times said that it's developer financing, and I think that's a misnomer. I think what it truly is future resident financing, and it'll be those people that buy a lot and hopefully a home will be stuck paying for that for the next 30 years. And I understand that Commissioner Flesher has a great belief that the people will understand that when they sign whatever it was, page 48 or page 49 of the closing documents.
It'll be up there.
But I don't believe so. I don't think they'll really know what's going on until they get their first tax bill and they say, what the heck is this extra $800 assessment doing here? Nobody told me about that. And I won't be here to get those calls. Commissioner Ehrman, I think you might be. So just, and I think that's why we've never had one in this county. You know, we have a history of being very fiscally conservative, and I think particularly the former county administrator was not very fond of CDDs, and one of the reasons is that the people, no matter how many little forms and disclosures you put in front of them, they don't truly understand what they're signing, and then until it comes back and they see their tax bill and it comes back at us. And then finally, I asked for three things. And I don't think those three things were that big of an ask. I asked that we get the conservation easements locked in before we move forward with this. They've already given one parcel away to another owner, so now we're dealing with another third party to try to secure that conservation easement. And this is land along the Indian River Lagoon, right off Indian River Boulevard. They're talking about annexing the other parcel into the city of Sebastian, and you know where do we get our control there? So I don't think it was that big of an ask to say, hey, let's get these conservation easements locked in before we move forward. I mentioned the park down off 12th Street and 58th Avenue. One of the things that we asked for in our requirements to consider CDD is that public benefit above and beyond what the future homeowners are going to enjoy. And again, without any parks being included in their cost of construction, no amenities being included in their cost of construction, I don't think it was an unreasonable ask to say, hey, let's move that park up into phase one and not leave it out there in phase three, which could be 20, 30 years from now. And then finally, the traffic concern, the intersection of Schuman and Barber. We've had our friends here from Sebastian come express to us it's a concern to the city. It is in the developer order. It has to be done. I don't think asking for something like that to be done early and committed with the CDD funds was that big of an ask. So for those reasons, I'm not going to be supporting the motion. I think this is a unprecedented step to move forward with something like this, that we only have one chance to make any changes to get it right. You know, sure, we can ask staff, hey, when something comes up, can you please ask the developer if they would consider changing something, but they're under no obligation to change it. And if a park is in phase 3, it's not going to come up until phase 3, so you really can't ask for that early. And I just am concerned that we're going to have future homeowners that are going to be coming here and saying, what's this on my tax bill? Who approved this? And then you're going to have to deal with that going forward. And again, I'm just concerned. There's no parks, there's no amenities in their construction costs. So how will those be paid for? Who is going to build them? When are they going to be done? So that's kind of just where I sit on this. I think we've all had our comments, and we do have a motion on the floor. So with that, we do have a motion from Commissioner Adams, second by Commissioner Flesher, to approve the petition for the CDD. All those in favor of the motion signify with aye.
Aye.
Those opposed with nay. Nay. That you were a nay. Okay, that motion passes 3-2 with Commissioners Moss and O'Brien opposed. I want to thank you all for coming out today. I apologize we had the client session and delayed things a little bit, but appreciate your patience. Thank you for all coming out today.
Oh, take a break.
Commissioners, do we want to take a brief lunch break or just keep mulling on, just a quick bathroom break?
Fine with the bathroom break.
Yeah.
Okay.
And Molly through it, otherwise we'll.
Quick break?
All right, so let's say, let's shoot to come back at 1:30.
Can I just say one comment?
Sure.
Commissioners, and thank you for allowing me this moment. This was obviously a difficult decision for the board, and it took a long time to develop guidelines and the like. But one thing I'm hoping people will understand is it's a lot easier to ask for something earlier in the process, what you want, what your dream is, what your hope is for a project. When someone for a county perspective comes in, maybe for the land use, and the companion rezoning. And that's really the time where you can hash things out. As you get farther and farther in the process, it gets harder and harder to ask for exact things from the process. And so just something to keep in mind when the original concept comes to you from a land use perspective and or the like, or if you're a city, when you're considering a annexation and a land use and a zoning, those are the times when you have your best chance of getting whatever, because you'll notice it gets harder and harder, as demonstrated today, that you can make changes to those asks. I appreciate you giving me a moment to just say that.
Thank you. Commissioners, let's be back here real quick at 1:30.
Got it. Thank you. I'm kidding.
Come back to order. Mr. Reingold, would you take care of the public notice items, please?
I would be delighted. There is a notice of a public hearing scheduled for November 1st, 2022. It is the proposed LDR amendment allowing automobile parking and storage as an administrative permit use in the PRO, OCR, MED, CN, and CL zoning districts. This will be legislative in nature. There will also be a public hearing scheduled for November 1st, 2022. This will be a proposed LDR amendment revising the unwalled boat shelter size restrictions to be consistent with state and federal jurisdictional agency requirements. This is also legislative in nature, and both of these public hearings will be scheduled for November 1st. And with that, I turn it back over to the chair.
Thank you, Dylan. Move on to departmental matters, community development, 12A1, consideration of the land use visioning study and follow-up action.
Thank
Mr.
you.
Mattson.
Thank you, Commissioners. Phil Mattson, Community Development Director, and keeping with the theme of Community Planning Month, I'll take you through the process of our visioning study and where we're at with it, and just give you an update of what you could look forward to coming up. So, make sure I'm doing this right. There we go. The purpose of the study was to inform two kind of milestone plans that we have to update periodically, our comprehensive plan update and our MPO's long-range transportation plan. It was also to get a common frame of reference and vision from our partner agencies and cities and so forth on what we look forward to as a community, and to get a lot of public input in putting that vision together. This is the future you have to look forward to if you don't plan on a cooperative basis. I think the MPO does a masterful job, really, of putting together what the demands are of all our member jurisdictions, getting very good funding. We had a $400 million work program this year. It was the best year for funding that we've ever had, and DOT in part rewarded us because of our coordinated planning process. And other than that, we would be looking at very severe traffic if we didn't cooperate. Our public outreach consisted of two phases. The first phase were workshops at the IG Center. These had a lot of visioning exercises. What would the headline be in the future if we didn't plan properly? What outcomes would you like to see? Small group exercises, large group exercises, some information from some expert sources. Our second phase, we were charged with taking it out to the community. So we had workshops in all the, as many local communities as we could really muster under our budget. Gifford, the Richardson Center. Very interesting one we did was a youth engagement module at the charter high school, where we were able to talk to hundreds of kids. And in all, we ended up having about 600 people participate in this process face-to-face. That's not to mention many hundred more who sent us emails, watched some of our videos, commented through other mechanisms and so forth. So what did we hear? We heard people about middle-class job workforce in Vero Beach and Indian River County looking for affordable housing. That theme came up again and again. Loving the small town feel, understanding that we have to grow, making sure that the planning stays and keeps pace with the growth to maintain quality of life. Our agricultural industries and what's going on with our traditional crops. Don't feel like the county caters well to younger people. And that was a common theme as well. We do have a demographic problem here in Indian River County. Chronologically speaking, we have one of the highest median ages in the United States. And that's a problem really throughout Florida. And we need to plan for a new generation here in Indian River County to some extent. What did the youth tell us? They lack spaces for young people, welcoming spaces. Some of our institutions feel a little tired or they're geared toward a different demographic. Like to emphasize walkability, getting out and exploring things, whether it be on a trail or in a downtown type setting, stores to walk to, things like this, parks, museums. And here's what some of these things we've heard about from really all quarters look like. Moving ahead, most of our visioning exercise boils down to these 6 visioning principles. Conservation of our environmental lands, providing a diversity of housing types with affordable options, infrastructure improvements that emphasize mobility and multimodal options as well, a healthy economy, maintaining our ag, and maintaining our rural character. And now the fun begins. We get into implementation, and just a couple of guiding principles for implementation. in the future, we're going to be looking at any proposal we come up with, any land development regulation, any comp plan amendment, meet one or more of those guiding principles that we saw on the last slide. And I'll show you the little graphic that we're going to have and be using to do it. The jurisdictions it's up to each one to implement the vision. It's something we agreed to unanimously at the MPO on September 14th. Now it's up for everybody to promulgate their own implementation plan for that mutually shared vision. This is probably the greatest single series of changes we've made to our LDRs since we adopted them decades ago. And that's not to say we're making radical changes to what we have here, but there are some things probably overdue for a revisit, a retrofit and a revisit. It's informed by recent events, particularly resiliency. We've seen what could happen on the West Coast. Good example of really not planning for really worst case outcomes. And we have to phase this in. Some are going to be simply policy changes at staff level. Some are going to be land development regulations. Other things will take comprehensive plan amendments. So on small scale stuff, what's the process? Well, our sources are citizens first and foremost, and they participated in the visioning workshops. They email us daily. We have a planner of the day system, and we observed what do people ask us for? What do they want? What do we have to tell them no for that we think it might be, unreasonable? Through you at the BCC level, through your committees, AHAC, Planning and Zoning Committee, et cetera. And this is the graphic that we could look forward to, and I'm going to try to make this a part of our amendments and so forth in the future. These are the 6 principles I've discussed, and we want to talk about how any proposed amendment meets one or more of the principles. And the one I filled it out for here was the one you just approved last week, and that was providing a partial waiver to the impact fee for multifamily affordable housing projects. So that certainly double checks our box on diversity of housing and affordable options. An idea for infrastructure improvements: people will not get out of their car to make trips longer than 1 mile on foot and 3 miles on a bike. They just won't. I mean, that's in the engineering science of intermodal policies. So the multimodal component of this, which might make more affordable housing, will make a scenario where people can walk to their work, walk to their schools, and walk to jobs. Promoting a healthy economy also we see as providing affordable housing options for our workforce. So that's an example of it put to practice. Some of the short-term simple things we're looking at: minimal expansion of flexible uses in ag. Solar farms by right is something we've already agreed to. Accessory dwelling units, flexibility in splitting parcels, encouraging infill, and what I call citizen-friendly or frequently requested improvements to the extent that they fill one of our policies. The solar field thing is really an amazing narrative. This is a map right from the FPNL website, and apparently we mutually, between Vero Beach and Melbourne, we have 16 solar farms, each capable of generating 74.5 megawatts. That's the highest density anywhere in the state. Here's some illustration of some of the other stuff I'm talking about. One thing we get requested often is a fence topper up to 8 feet. We have a 6-foot fence requirement. We don't want an ugly stockade effect. If something decorative like this lattice work could be added to the fence, we certainly don't have a problem with it. You may need the higher fences as houses are getting closer together. Houses are getting closer together because they're more affordable, smaller lots, less property to take care of, and so forth. So this is something we want to work with the public on, and we'll bring to you at some point. Exempting resiliency and energy projects from our 50% rule. So if we have a planning nonconformity right now, we don't let people put new money into the nonconformity over and above 50% of the assessed value of the house. I see no reason why we shouldn't be doing that for resiliency projects. Impact windows, things some people can't afford to move or rebuild their house or take it down from scratch. Let's let them at least put impact windows and shutters or whatever they need to protect it. Same thing with energy projects. Why count this toward the 50% assessed value rebuilding threshold when all they really want to do is come up with an energy project? Accessory dwelling units we've talked about. We were traditionally stuck at something like 1/3 the size of the primary dwelling units. If your house is 1,500 square foot, you have a 500-foot accessory dwelling unit. That ain't much. We're looking at larger ones. We're looking at having 2 on large 5-acre lots if one of them can be attached to something, like we see this above garage apartment in the lower right-hand corner. One-time splits, we want to reset the clock on this. We have a lot of large parcels out there that would be ideal for a number of home sites, but they've simply exempted their opportunity to do it without going through a very cumbersome subdivision process. So this is what a split looks like. Typically, they have to maintain 60 feet of road frontage on the road, and you can make a 20-acre parcel into two 10-acre parcels. I think we could maintain our rural character and our large lot things out west by resetting the clock on these one-time splits, exempting it from a subdivision process, which is very, very costly, and instead letting somebody get an easier path to splitting their property. We're still not looking at high density. We're looking at 1 unit per 5 acres here, but we're giving the landowners the flexibility to possibly do it. This is what some of these larger lot homes look like. They tend to be, very, very pretty here in the county. When can we look at some of this stuff? We'll be considering publicly airing, advertising everything we need to do, some of the stuff like the cut and fill exemption to help our industries, very small scale cut and fill floodplain balance waivers like we've talked about. We'll be finishing this up on December 13th. I think that will help our businesses and have minimal, de minimis impact on our drainage. We're looking at imposing a low impact development option for developers. This is something they could choose to comply with and possibly exempt them from other parts of the component. We have to study this, other parts of our development requirements, looking at this through sometime late December. The one-time lot splits, we're probably looking at early part of next year to start that. Solar panels, impact glass, same thing, and fence toppers and so forth. So that's by no means all we have planned, but we're looking at things that people ask of us frequently that don't have any kind of negative impact, and in fact, in most of these cases, help us implement a visioning item. More complicated stuff is going to take longer, obviously. We have to first evaluate our comprehensive plan. That process begins this December, and then we can start amending the comprehensive plan. A lot of interest in Babcock Ranch lately. I'll just throw out as an aside, our visioning consultant from Kimley Horn was instrumental in laying out the Babcock Ranch concept, and he gave us a lot of the secret sauce of what they looked for and what they put into their comp plan and how they were able to get a Babcock Ranch. So it was great having a lot of one-on-one time with Kelly Klepper from Southwest Florida. And it's gotten a lot of national press because it's weathered the storm, so to speak, very, very well. And what are some of the things they did that made that happen? Integrated stormwater management plans. And we do have a master drainage plan on very large projects like Liberty Park we talked about. Cluster development, putting the development together and surrounding it with lots and lots of drainage. High percentage of permeable surfaces. 3/4 of the Babcock Ranch was open space. Stormwater management tracks designed to reclaim runoff. That's a classic lid strategy. On-site power generation, 150 megawatts of capacity at Babcock Ranch. That helped them get their power back quickly. And here's a really simple one, storm-hardened amenities. So their clubhouses are, they double as emergency shelters, anchored trash and recycling containers, and so forth. And I'm not sure we're going to roll all this out, certainly not without a lot of discussion, but these are the sorts of things that I've been asked. What goes into Babcock Ranch? What are some of the reasons that, made it successful? Expanding special uses, particularly in the State Road 60 corridor. We have a lot of land out there. I think we could allow some certain uses out there. We're looking at artisanal industries. A lot of people do custom and artistic casting. These are the types of things that might be good in an ag area, particularly west of 95. Something in a barn or in an area where you got a little separation from the neighbors. Very minimal, what I would call externalities of smoke or smells or anything. But small scale type crafting like this might be really, really good. The classic outdoor pottery barn. I mean, another nice option for allowing things out there in our ag area, making better use of it. Here's our comprehensive plan, land use map. Where would we be looking to expand some of our uses? Maybe where the environment and the land's already been disturbed, and maybe just around our major corridors so it doesn't have any impact on farming or residential ranchettes, things like this. This could be the proverbial win-win where we get a little bit more opportunity for economic development, but we don't disturb our communities. I notice we have a lot of these things around us. I've been to a couple of them, River Ranch, the OK Corral in Okeechobee, and so forth. They tend to cluster naturally, which is nice. That puts the development together, as you see in that picture on the right, with a lot of buffering near it. I think we need to revisit our comprehensive plan statutes and see what we can do to maybe attract things like this. Might not be a bad idea. Amphitheaters was proposed to us and by Commissioner O'Brien. I like to think of an amphitheater solution here would either be something very small scale or maybe a reserve or a park with an amphitheater in it rather than an amphitheater development. And here's a couple of examples. The one on the left is near and dear to my heart. This is Saratoga Performing Arts Center. The New York City Ballet, the New York Philharmonic retreat up there for a couple of weeks a year. But it's basically an environmental preserve. So it works really nice. On the right is Red Rocks, Colorado. So we're looking for things that work for us, and we have become something of a weekend destination for larger metropolitan areas. So it might be good for our local economy as well. Infill and redevelopment, we've seen some great work on this, particularly at the cities, and we do have opportunities in the county. We've obviously got the Three Corners proposal on the books by the Michael Jordan of Planning, Andres Dwani. City of Sebastian did a nice job with their waterfront stuff. Really more opportunities. I came across this old YouTube video, and this is what the old Barber Bridge looked like as you were approaching it while the new one was under construction in 1994. So I kind of froze a frame from it. And this is what we redeveloped Royal Palm Point into, and we made it very successful. I mean, this could have just been a stub out to nowhere. I've seen a couple stuff like that in Tampa Bay, but they put public spaces and residences and restaurants together. Urban service boundary adjustments are on the table. That's something we'll be discussing as a more complex issue, and updates to the county's new town ordinances, and what we can do to attract more potential interest in new towns as a way of consolidating growth. So that's pretty much it. That's really a long mouthful. You probably heard more out of me today than you have in years and years of commission meetings, but I did want to kind of put a little bit of closure on visioning what we're heading onto, and I really want to thank you for your support during the whole process. It was trying at times.
Thank you, Phil. Commissioners, any questions or comments for staff?
We can't do all this in the next 3 weeks while he's still here? What the heck? What do you think?
We'll try.
They're getting on it. All right, anything else?
Thank you.
Well, Phil, you need us to make a motion to formally adopt the draft visioning study?
Yeah, if you'd like. The MPO did, I think. Sure. We'd appreciate it.
So moved.
Second.
Okay.
We have a motion by Commissioner Flesher, second by Commissioner Adams. Is there anyone in the audience who wishes to comment on the motion? Seeing none, all in favor signify with aye. Aye. Any opposed? That carries 5-0.
Thank you very much. It was a pleasure. It was a fascinating process.
Okay, 12A2, redevelopment of Gifford Gardens. And John, are you taking this one?
Yep.
Great.
So, good afternoon. So we're here to discuss the Gifford Gardens redevelopment project again. Just give you a brief timeline, as I'm sure you're all well aware. Fall of 2021, we received one bid for redevelopment from east to west development. The BCC rejected that bid based on the cost of the proposed houses, which was above $350,000. In April of 2022, we held a workshop with the Affordable Housing Advisory Committee in order to reevaluate the project and look at possible alternatives. AAC reaffirmed that the project should consist of single-family homes that would be affordable for people in the community and could assist with the creation of generational wealth. Based upon that feedback, staff revised the RFP to increase the incentives. We are currently offering free land, prepaid impact fees, prepaid water and sewer ERUs, and $500,000 in an ARP grant funding to assist with engineering costs and hard costs of development. We also capped the max price or set a target point for it at $275,000. On August 16th, the board authorized staff to move forward with a revised RFP. I'm going to start here. So we received one bid, that was from Habitat for Humanity, and that was to construct 14 single-family homes, 3-bedroom, 2-bath, 1-car garage at approximately 1,500 square feet. They've proposed an all-inclusive sales price of $206,449. And you'll see below that's a decently aggressive construction schedule. I wanted to show you all the lot layout they propose. Is just a conceptual. Obviously, they'll go through our formal process. The homes will be stick-built, and they fit them in there pretty well. Based upon that, staff recommends that the Board of County Commissioners award the Gifford Gardens redevelopment project to Habitat for Humanity. Thanks.
Commissioners, any questions of staff? So, John, we talked yesterday, and I've got two kind of, I don't know if they're contradictory, but two things. One, we're going to sell these to folks, and I guess our new guideline now is 120% of AMI.
Well, we set it at 120%. Habitat is proposed that they will be
Habitat's at
affordable to
80%,
80%,
okay.
yes.
So, and from what you told me yesterday, that Habitat does have some restrictions and breaks, I guess, to prevent somebody coming in from buying one and then flipping it and not becoming affordable or anything like that, particularly the requirement that it has to be a purchaser of 80% of area median income.
Correct.
So I feel pretty good that we have the structure in place to prevent somebody from coming in and flipping it. On the other side, I've always believed that how people raise themselves out of a lower income level and start taking steps towards financial prosperity is by taking advantage of the equity in their home. And they can do that either by, sweat equity, adding some improvements to it, through their own work on it. Just their normal monthly mortgage payment is creating equity, and then they can always pay additional equity into the mortgage to bring the principal balance down. So is there a way we can structure this so, I know you mentioned that Habitat has a guideline where if somebody does have to sell the house early than the full time period, that for every dollar above what they owe on it, Habitat gets 50% of it. So there's like a cost share, but the people do have an avenue to take some of that, 50% of that accumulated equity with them to move forward. Is that
correct?
Okay. If somebody uses our SHIP program to help with, like, say, the down payment, the SHIP program is pretty hard fixed. Is that correct? That there is no graduated payout option or anything. It's if they leave before the 20-year period, then they owe the full 100% balance of the loan plus the accumulated interest. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And then under our SHARP program, the SHARP program doesn't have that hard, fast 20-year rule that they could get out of pay the mortgage off with the balance, but not pay a penalty or anything like that. Is that correct? Or
Yes, the SHARP program is a complete grant.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a grant. There's no repayment on the SHARP portion.
Okay. And the SHARP can be used for down payment assistance and things like that as well. Is that correct?
Yes.
So if we move forward with this, and again, I'd like to see people able to take some of the equity out, not all of it, and flip it, but, they're in there for 5 years, they have another kid, they may have to move somewhere else in the community, whatnot, people have to move for all kinds of reasons. But I'd like to see where they have some opportunity to be able to take some of that accumulated equity and roll that into their next purchase. So it sounds like with the SHARP loan, they could do that. The Humane Society 50% rule kind of moderates how much profit they can take out, and then they still would have to, the buyer would still have to meet the 80% AMI. So I think that's good on that end. So when someone comes in, is there a way we can steer them to the SHARP program first and not to the SHIP, or how can we give them the more friendlier of the two options?
I think the SHARP and the SHIP, they're combined, so it's 50-50. So if you get 20,000 a SHIP, you get 20,000 a SHARP. So the SHIP's got to be paid back, the SHARP doesn't. So there's a 20,000, kicker there, if you will, in that scenario I just described. Right? Hopefully I got that right,
that's
John.
two separate programs.
That's right.
Okay, so these homes are 206,000. Let's say they get 26,000, 13 is SHARP, 13,000 is SHIP. Is that correct?
Right.
And in 5 years from now, So if they get 26,000, then their mortgage is 180. And let's say 5 years from now, they have to move and they can sell it for 250. They would not have to pay back the 13,000 sharp. They would have to pay all of the 13,000 ship back,
That's correct.
and then whatever the 3% interest a year added up to that. So they would have 50, 70. So under that scenario, it looks like they could take not a large chunk, but probably maybe 25, 30,000 of equity with them going forward, if my numbers are kind of right.
That
Does
sounds right.
Sound roughly?
Yeah, and I might add, there's probably two additional ways they can make equity through a SHIP grant. And Diane or Bill, I don't know if you're here to know the detail. After a certain time, the loan is forgiven? 20 years. So a 25-year-old with a young family could buy a SHIP home, sell it in 20 years at age 45, and get all the equity. Second way they can do it, you can buy it at today's 80% of income, sell it in 10 years at 10 years, 80% of income.
Right.
So that might be a $200,000 home, which you could then sell for $300,000. I suspect that's what happened when we had our last loan review committee, because we initiated SHIP agreements to buy 2 Habitat homes on somebody who had gone through the Habitat process and then sold their home. So I don't really ask the people, hey, where'd you go and how much money did you make out of this? But I think that might have been the case on those. So those are the two methods. One, as things go up, you'll be able to sell the house for more. 2, if you stay long enough, you get it all. So I think there's definitely, some real good stuff in this. We're happy to have a bidder. We're happy to have a bidder we can work with and maybe get a very nice, product out of it. The neighborhood is cautiously optimistic. I mean, they're to the extent we've been informing them of this item, that's all good stuff. And it certainly beats what we had there before, which was a real code enforcement nightmare. So.
And so I know that with the SHIP program, the 20-year thing is something, I think John or somebody mentioned this was the Keating thing from 30 years ago because Bob didn't want anybody flipping stuff. I would just suggest to the commissioners that this might be something you want to look at again, to where, maybe there's a 5% reduction in the loan balance over time, so that after, and I'm thinking more shorter periods, that people have to move more frequently, but after 5 years, they may only have to pay back 75% of their SHIP loan and things like that. I just want it to be a little more flexible for people to be able to accumulate wealth and raise themselves to a higher level. And I think, the 20-year SHIP thing is kind of prohibitive to that. The SHARP obviously is great because it's a free grant, and so that goes. But commissioners, just in the future, you might want to work on that. Maybe we can make the SHIP a little bit more equity friendly to folks trying to raise themselves up out of lower levels of living standards.
And maybe what we can do is add that to a discussion point at AHAC, because I know we do discuss SHIP, and we've discussed kind of reviewing that process and other processes, and this would fit in with that.
We will certainly do that. We have a number of revisions we've looked at with our local housing assistance plan, and that is one of the things we wanted to look into. So we'll bring that to AHAC, and then we'll be working on that in the future.
I just think, I know a lot of the younger generation now wants to have that forever home on their first home, but didn't work that way for me. I'm sure it didn't work that way for a lot of us sitting here, the old dinosaurs up here. But my wife and I, we started with a very small home, put sweat equity into it, sold it, rolled it into the next house, put more sweat equity, and so on and so on. And I think that's a really good proven model because you're working hard to build yourself up. And so you learn, the importance of maintaining the property, keeping the value up, making improvements. And I think those are all good life lessons. And if we could just make the SHIP program a little bit more friendlier towards that kind of wealth accumulation, I think would be great. But other than that, I'm all for this. I'm really glad Habitat came forward with this proposal. I did go down and look at the Habitat project down off Oslo yesterday, and it's pretty well maintained. There might have been one or two yards that could use a little sprucing up, but for the most part, it looked really nice. The yards looked well kept. It looked like I think a really good front porch community, which I think is good, you know, because everybody's out front and talking to their neighbors and becoming a community. So I'm really glad that Habitat stepped up to do this, and look forward to it being a really successful project for them. So, well, that's all I have, Commissioners. I think we need a motion.
Mr. Chair?
Commissioner Flesher.
Thank you for all that. It was a very fruitful discussion. I'd like to enhance the fruit and say motion to approve.
We have a motion by Commissioner Flesher, second by Commissioner Adams. Is there anyone in the audience that wishes to comment on the motion before us? Seeing none, all in favor signify with aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That carries 5-0.
Thank you.
Great work.
Good job, and thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
General Services, 12C1, permission to advertise amending Indian River Code, Chapter 205, Parks and Recreation. And Mr. Zito, you can kick this off?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me introduce Gustavo Vergara, our new Assistant Parks and Recreation Director, who will be delivering this item. Thank you.
Free agent trade.
Thank you, Commissioners. And at the end of July, Governor Ron DeSantis signed a Clean Air Act, thereby making municipalities allowing local governments to enact laws against smoking in public places and city parks. So with that, many municipalities have already done that. Town of Palm Beach, there's several, Dale Ray Beach, Lake Worth Beach. There's a lot of communities already looking to prohibit smoking in parks. And so that's really where this discussion is going to start, is with you saying that it's okay to advertise to bring this before the board at a actual commission meeting.
And I had told Jason this yesterday. I was very glad to see this because I had thought about putting this on the agenda myself. And I know in the backup it talks about how many cigarette butts we collect each year. And I know all the years I was involved with coastal cleanups and stuff, cigarette butts was the #1 thing we got every single year. So I'm very supportive of moving this forward. Commissioners, any questions of staff or any action?
No, Mr. Chairman?
Commissioner Flesher.
This will require a public hearing. So with that, motion to approve staff to advertise for a public hearing so we can move forward.
All right, did you make a second? Okay. We have a motion by Commissioner Flesher, second by Vice Chair Ehrman. Anyone from the public wish to comment on this? Seeing none, all in favor signify with aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That carries 5-0.
All right, thank you.
And then we move on to utility services, recommendations for mandatory connections. Good afternoon, Sean.
Afternoon, Chairman and Commissioners. I know it's getting late in the afternoon, and I don't know if you've had lunch, so we'll try to go through this as quickly as we can. Back in August, I know Commissioner Bryan, you had asked us to come to you in October with some proposals on mandatory connections, and I know that was at the behest of the rest of the commissioners as well. So just wanted to take a little bit of your time this afternoon to kind of go through some staff ideas and recommendations and maybe get some feedback from you all on kind of if we're headed in the right direction and whether or not this makes sense to go forward. So I'm going to move forward with this. And do I just hit, what do I got to do to? So I just wanted to take a minute, though, to go back. In 2018, the commission did adopt a policy associated with connections for septic to sewer and septic to sewer projects. You know, this was kind of the policy at the time, and I underlined policy and italicized that because I wanted to make sure that it's clear this was a policy. There's nothing really that's enforceable behind a policy per se. There's nothing in county ordinances or county code that kind of backs this up per se, other than it was something that was certainly agreed upon, and it's a policy that we have been following when we do this. But you can kind of see here at the time the requirements were The required benefiting property owners had to pay a minimum of 20% of the project costs. They had to solicit alternative funding options through grants to cover the remaining project costs, and obviously we've been doing that with many of the projects. Use optional sales tax dollars as needed, not to exceed the 25% for both construction costs and impact costs. And then establish the septic to sewer financing interest rate. And I can't read that now because that's kind of in the way, but to be greater of the maximum of either 2% of half the current BCC rate. And at the time the rate was 5%, so the S2S rate was 2.5%. And then extend the amortization, so the next slide would be, you went to slideshow, there you go. Go to display settings. Can I do it from here? I think just need this thing. I won't let me do that. Swap that. See, I can't. I don't have control. Sorry. Technology. I love it.
Oh, no.
I even made it worse.
Just close out and open it back up again.
Yeah, just close it out and start it over again. There we go. And the last part of it was to look at the impact fees. And 100% of those property owners who commit to connect to the sewer system would be, if they agreed to connect before the project started, they would get 100% of their fees covered. If they committed to connect within the first year, it was 75%. If they committed to connect within the second year, it was 50%. And that was at the time to be funded through optional sales tax. Now, I think staff, when they proposed it, it was 100%, and then within the first year, and then 50% in the second year. So I think that was amended at the time by those of you who were on the commission when they had brought that forth. Just to give you an idea of kind of the funding and how that funding was used, as mentioned, much of that was to be funded through the optional sales tax. This was just kind of give you an idea of what is funded. So that first year, but prior to them committing, they had funded around $250,000. Only around $111,000 of that was used. So that gives you an idea of how many people kind of chose to make use of that money in the first year. The second year, the funding was $139,000. Only $30,000 of that money was used. And then the last year, $109,000 was budgeted, and only about $14,000 of that was used. So while there was a benefit, not necessarily everybody took advantage of that benefit. So just kind of wanted to bring that to your attention. The other thing I wanted to kind of raise, and the reason I kind of had mentioned this to many of you when we were talking about this, was when I first started, I remember seeing this map on the left in our conference room, and it was like, wow, that's interesting. I wonder what that is. And I walked over to it, and I was shocked to realize that was the septic to sewer map. And not the septic to sewer, but it's kind of a map that identifies all the septic systems within our county. Now, mind you, this was several years ago, but it's still true today. And I just kind of overlay that with this is a map from our GIS system that identifies our accounts. And so the yellow dots are sewer and water accounts, and the blue dots are just water only. And so if you kind of overlay these, you can kind of tell very similarly from this map that we still have a large number of homes and residents within the county that are on septic systems. And so septic to sewer is a significant issue. And one that we're going to continue to deal with for many years to come when we're talking about current homeowners and their ability to receive sewer services. So one of the things that we had talked about was time limit to connect. So if we go to mandatory connections, would there be a support for some sort of time limit that people would be expected to connect? So when we go and develop the infrastructure, we put in the sewer mains and the water mains, would there be a time frame in which those individuals would need to connect? I don't know, one of the things that we talked about internally, when we go out and we put in the sewer mains, we usually get a 1-year warranty. Do we say that then the homeowners have to connect within that first year? That seems pretty aggressive. So just some things to consider, would that be 1 year, 2 years, 3 years? That's something I think that at the behest of the commission, we would need to consider. And we talk about when it's available. And so I kind of put up here, what does available mean? And in state statute, there is a kind of definition of available, and that's what you see before you. And I don't necessarily want to take the time to read all that. Essentially, though, for residential lots, single-family residential lots that are using less than 1,000 gallons a day, it basically says that it butts the property. Now, there's not a definition of what does a butt mean. Does that mean it runs parallel? Does it mean, and I know Jason and I talked a little bit about this, does it mean it's on the same side of the road? Does it mean there's no canal that's separating that line from their home? So there's still a lot of work that would need to go around. What does the term available mean to require somebody to connect? So I think we would expect to have that when water is available, and we need to define what available means, and I think that would need to be done in county code so we can kind of clarify what we mean by availability. Some of the other things that we talked about, must be able to connect or must connect to water. So if we are going to bring them sewer and we're going to require them to connect to sanitary sewer, they must also connect to the water system if they aren't already. So in many of those cases, as you saw the map prior, there are a lot of residences that are already connected to water and don't have sewer, but if they don't have either, we would expect them to also connect to water. And the other idea, and this was kind of an idea I perhaps thought about a little bit, was how do we fund this, and how do we fund perhaps, there's a large disparity of financial capabilities in this county. And so is there a way to provide some financial incentive if we're mandating, if we are requiring people to connect? Some people, that may be a very hardship for them. It may create a lot of hardship for them to pay for that. So rather than using, if you connect within year 1 or 2 or 3, you are able to get financial assistance and financial incentive based off your income level and your ability to pay. So kind of looking at the SHIP program, and what I put up here is how the SHIP program qualifies individuals. So we would use something similar to qualify people for funding using optional sales tax, and the thought would be that we would have certain budget perhaps through that optional sales tax. People would apply, and once that money is gone, the money is gone. But they would be eligible to apply, and again, if it was 3 years, maybe they wouldn't be able to apply in the first year because it's gone, but then maybe in the second year they would be able to apply. And the idea, again, they would qualify for that, and if they were in kind of that extremely low or low income level, they would qualify for 100% of financial funding. If they were in that low area, they would qualify for 75%, and then if they were in that moderate area, they would qualify for 50% funding. And again, that's to provide some financial ability for those who are less disadvantaged to be able to afford that mandatory requirement. What would the financing mechanism be for others? So if they were required to pay for it and to cover the expense, the thought would be that there needs to be some sort of financial ability that would maybe, some people might be able to come out and just pay it in full. Others are going to have to look at ways to finance that over a period of time. The idea would be, and we would have to work this obviously out with the tax collector's office, but a non-ad valorem tax roll, so we put on their tax roll for a period of time. Again, some of the thoughts that we had is maybe like 10-year interest-free, and then at 15, if they needed a 15-year or 20-year, there would be an interest rate associated with that, and depending upon the length of time, that interest rate would increase depending upon whether it needed to be, a 15-year or 20-year. Again, these are all ideas that we're putting out there. Much of this, if we approached it, the thought would be we would need to put this into county code to really have some enforceability behind it. And then the last thing to kind of consider was limitations on the use of well water once they're connected to county water. So we have had certain circumstances already where we have connected people to septic through the septic to sewer project. They're on water, they connect to county water, and then unfortunately due to, I'm sure extenuating circumstances, they stop paying their water bill. And so we've shut off their water, and I'm not sure where they're getting water. They may be going back and using a private well. They may be seeking other ways to get water. I'm not real sure. But in that case, they're continuing to get sewer for free. Because in those cases, we don't necessarily have a clear way to bill them for their sewage usage. So we would encourage, if we're going to do that, a way that prohibits people, once they've connected to sewer and county water, prohibits them from going back and using a private well for purposes of drinking. And in that house, that they would still be able to use it for irrigation. They'd be able to use that on their house in their yard for irrigation, but would not be able to use it for drinking purposes. Plus, to complicate that, if they do have both the county system and a well connected, it's an illegal cross connection if there's not a backflow preventer. So that's currently within code, and we might need to enhance that a little bit, but that would be considered an illegal cross connection. And that's the ideas that we had as far as recommendations to go forward. All we're asking for today is some direction to work with the county attorney. If your desire is to move forward with those ideas, to work at bringing an actual proposal to the commission that would likely include a series of code changes to address mandatory connections.
So, Sean, one question on that. I mean, there's already state law that they have to connect if we send them a letter, certified letter saying that sewer is available. So do we really need to have an ordinance change just to have a policy decision to enforce state statute? Or is that a question for Dylan?
That's probably a legal decision, but I mean, I think it benefits us if we do, but.
So there are waiver provisions, exemption provisions within that statute. And certainly one of the issues has been that we may not have always sent the letter. And so if it is the board's desire to codify and make that clear that we will send the letter, then certainly we can update the code to address that.
So Sean, just kind of where I sit on this to kind of kick it off, I guess, is kind of, we've got two main costs to them, the impact fee and then the hookup costs. I like the kind of the carrot and the stick on the impact fee. So whether it be a 2-year or a 3-year period that we offer, up to 100% of the cost of the impact fee if they agree to hook up in the first year, and then down to 75 or 50% the second year, and then the third year we send them the certified letter and you have to hook up, and then it becomes a code thing. On the hookup costs, my question is, did you or Phil Mattson come up with that SWIFT acronym?
I had that.
That was
Phil's taking credit. I think that's a good idea to use a ship-type financing, because, I want us to get everybody hooked up on sewer, because I think it benefits our system to have paying customers, and the sooner we do that, the better we'll have benefits to the lagoon. So to me, it's a win-win to have them hook up. I do completely understand it is a big financial cost up front. And it's not just the impact and the hookup cost, but your monthly bill is going to go up. I'm on septic, so right now my monthly cost for septic is like $10 if I pump it out once every couple of years. And you're going from $10 a month to $30 or $40 a month. Could be a big hit for some families, so I get that. So just overall, my direction would be whatever is the most financially friendly programs we can come up with, the impact fee, carrot and stick, the SWIFT program for the hookup costs, and then as flexible and friendly as we can be on the financing. I think anything we can do to ease the financial cost would be good, but at the same time, I think, hey, 3 years, you need to be hooked up, and whether we put it in the code or it's just a policy decision, 3 years, we're sending you the certified letter, and you have to mandatory hook up. As far as my definition of available is, I think that just means, do we have a sewer pipe running down your street in the neighborhood? So that if we say you have to hook up, then we've got a pipe right there in the right-of-way that they can just run a line to, hook up and be connected. That would be kind of my definition of available, that it's, that pipe's running down their street and that they need to hook up to it. So that, I don't know if that helps you or not, but that's kind of where I'm at it.
To the chair, I want to note, sometime, and I'm fine with that definition, it's just sometimes the line is on the other side of the street, and it's a much more costly endeavor for the property owner. If it's the board's direction to say, hey, if it's in the street, whether it's on their side or your side, you're connecting, that's fine. It's just a very different cost issue.
And I'm good with that.
Okay.
And yeah, and I'll tell you, the current process that we're not very aggressive, we run into this with people whose septic tanks fail. So that's, and we've run into it where it's across the street, or maybe even they have to do a canal crossing and the cost has been more, and we get constituent calls, and it's, yeah. So that's one thing I'd like to build in some flexibility, maybe if there's a cost burden, because we've had some discussions recently about staff being more flexible, but if you put a policy that everybody's got to connect, everybody's got to connect. So I think we need to be mindful of if there are some cost components, because sometimes you could have something that results in a significant cost, and then we're sitting with a constituent that's looking at an extra $10,000 cost that, you know, we're wrangling with.
So running down the street, I would say on either side, that to me qualifies as it's in your street. Having to go under a canal or cross a canal, that to me isn't on your street. That you're on the other side of a canal. But I'm fine that if you want to work on some wording for extenuating circumstances, that, and I think it's got to be more than just it's on the wrong side of the street. I get that that's a little bit more expensive, but then we're only talking about either having to run double pipes up and down every street, or only getting half the subdivision to hook up, and I don't think that's where we want to be. Commissioner Fleischer?
Mr. Chairman, I don't know, correct me if I'm wrong, Sean, you can't run sewer and water on the same side of the street, can you? It doesn't have to be on the opposite side of the street?
You can, but there's a
Separation.
requirement that they be separated by a certain amount of.
So if we don't have the right of way, it's obviously going to be on the other side of the street. So if we use the term available is not across the street, it's on your side of the street, so we would have to do a directional bore underneath the road.
Some cases it's directional bore, in some cases it may have to be actually open
Cut.
cut. It depends on, a lot of that depends on whether it's a gravity line, and how deep the line is and where their house is. I mean, there's all sorts of factors that factor into that. It's not as easy as you may seem for every house, because every house is going to be different.
But
depending
historically,
upon how, the elevation that the house sits at, where's the sewer line in relation to their house. I mean, there's a lot of factors.
many different factors. But historically, it's the other side of the street is the sewer from the water, correct? For the most part.
For the most part, I mean.
So we need to take that into consideration, and part of available, maybe we interpret available as your side of the street. So if it's your side of the street, county's obligated to get the pipe to your side of the street. Otherwise, the cost factor will be overwhelming for 50% of the population, as opposed to those who are fortunate enough to have the pipe on their side of the street.
I think the cost will vary if it's on the opposite side of the street, depending upon whether they have to directionally bore it or if there's an open cut in the roadway, right? If you open cut the roadway, then you have to talk about, replacing the road
Paving.
surface and repaving, and obviously there's costs associated with that. If they can directionally bore, then you don't have that, so, that's potential. But again, that's not always a possibility, so you just have to it depends on how close that sewer line is to the street as well. Is it in the street? Is it under the street? Is it set back from the street? Because you have to be able to get that connection, right? So if you go under the street and directionally bore, can you actually hit the line? So, there's a lot of factors, and maybe it's something that we think about of, if it's, 25% more than the same size. I don't know. I mean, there's certainly things that we can think about that would that would address.
Sean, when we run a water pipe though, do we only run that on one side of the road?
No, but I mean, the water pipe is easier because you don't have because it's pressurized, right? So you're not worried about kind of the slope of the line it's not as critical to get when you're putting in sewer, you got to make sure that sewer is going to flow, right? You don't want that water just sitting.
Right, but I'm just asking, do we have water on both sides of the street or just one side?
No, we have it on one.
Okay, so to your example, one homeowner's going to benefit because the water's on their side, but they got to pay to get sewer on the other side. This guy's getting sewer on his side, but he's got to pay more to get to the water.
Right.
So I think from the neighborhood point of view, it's a break even. So again, I think if we have a sewer pipe down your street, be it on your side or the other side, you need to hook up because if you're on the wrong side, you got water pretty cheap, and you're on the sewer side, you had to pay more to get water. So I think it just evens out in the neighborhood.
And there's different scenarios, like if
I agree. I just wanted to be brought under the thought process that perhaps available means in front of your property, not the same way as, it's not just down the street or across the street or in some scenarios opposite the canal. That is extremely expensive.
Yeah, I think.
And that's the thing, there's different scenarios, like if we're doing a purpose-built septic to sewer project like Roseland that's going on right now, it's gonna have the stub outs and everything ready on both sides. Sometimes we run into a different situation where there's a sewer line running down a collector road and somebody lives on that road and then now sewer is available to them. But it might be a high pressure line, so, and it might be across the street with an open road cut or across a canal. And those are just two different scenarios of it's right at your property line. Because one is you just connect, to the stub out versus doing a lot, potentially a lot more extra work. So I don't think we need to, figure out all the fine details there, but I just kind of wanted to bring up the issue, and I think we could kind of bring some details back to the board with whatever the plan is.
I would say, Mr. Chairman, if I may, I would say, look at each individual case. Some across the road is going to be easy. Some of it may be extremely difficult. I mean, I think you need to just weigh each time you're coming, is this a big deal or is this a piece of cake?
Yeah. Mr. Chair?
Commissioner Moss.
Thank you. Since Sebastian City Council had septic sewer on their agenda last week, I'd like to invite Vice Mayor Fred Jones to impart any wisdom that came from that discussion or any plans.
So we're having an issue with the people hooking up in our CRA. So we're starting to move forward with actually directing people to hook up. So we're going to actually look forward to enforcing the hookup in the CRA. So that's something that we're moving forward with right now. We haven't gotten there yet, but we're definitely moving in that direction to have mandatory hookup in the CRA. So. And as far as the regular Highlands, years ago, when the county water came in there, it was supposed to be like a couple of years, I believe, and then they were going to come in with sewer. I don't know if that was the city's doing or ours, but I would have loved to have had it. I'm tired of septic. I've been on septic for a long time, so I look forward to that.
I would love to have had the chance to go back in time and write that interlocal agreement between the city and the county, because in my recollection in 1990 when the county took over the system from the city, in that interlocal it basically required the county to go in and put in water through the rest of the Sebastian Highlands, most of which was not served at the time. But I believe it was silent on the sewer, So we went out there and did massive water assessment projects through the 90s to put water in through the Sebastian Highlands area. That same requirement I do not believe was there. Otherwise, we would have had to do it because it said by 1996 we will have hooked up, Unit 4 of Sebastian Highlands to water. I wish it had said back then to do sewer as well, because we would have had to do it. I'm certainly you know, open to exploring, you know, I think if there are places where we could expand sewer, you know, if it's a priority for Sebastian, we'd love to partner with the city, of course, and also we've got lots of areas in the county that we need to hook up to sewer as well too, but happy to partner with the city if there's any kind of initiatives that the city wants to do. Happy to hear about the CRA thing that you guys are looking at. I think that's positive. I know you guys have worked hard and provided a lot of funding for connections in your CRA, and been somewhat successful, but not as successful as you would like. But yeah, so happy to.
This is very important for our lagoon, that we get as many septic tanks off that river and throughout the city as we can. So I'm definitely looking forward to that. That's one of my priorities, is the protection of the lagoon, and I believe that getting those septic tanks off the river would definitely benefit our lagoon. So thank you for asking me that.
Yeah, thank you.
Commissioner Adams.
Thank you. I think Councilmember Jones raises a good point, that that program that the CRA that they have had trying to get people to hook up, they've used different funding sources to provide grants to the residents and businesses down there, to some success, but it's kind of the same success we've had in our grant programs, like with the Roseland Project, or you know, some of the other projects we have. And most of the places that need septic to sewer conversions or that are at least on our higher list of priorities are your lower income neighborhoods where there's a lack of infrastructure. It wasn't built, or for whatever reason, and now we're trying to retrofit, and it's very expensive, and we're hitting the neighborhoods and the communities that have the least ability to pay. That has created problems with trying to get community buy-in on these projects and support. I think they all understand that they need it, whether it's a business on the river or Roseland or wherever. But it's a big check to write. And when you're on a limited income, whether it's a business income that's you know, tied to the economy, or a retiree who gets Social Security that only goes so far, it's hard to sell. And those are like it's hard for me too to say no, but you have to. There's a state law. It's available. I care. I don't want to say I don't care, but you know, that's what it sounds like we're saying, is that we don't care that you have a limited income. You got to do it. But then at the same time, these state grants and the state appropriations that we've kind of enjoyed to offset these programs and provide some funding so we could bring the cost down to the residents are increasingly becoming tied to us having mandatory hookup and mandatory programs and policies. And we have to figure out a way to have, as Commissioner O'Brien said, a carrot and a stick, but in a way that it encourages. It's not just putting money out there. You know, we've tried that and it doesn't necessarily work. So there is a point in time where we will have to force the issue. But I think I would prefer to see staff be given the leeway to come up with some creative ways to kind of address it. You guys in utilities get those phone calls the most, so I feel like you're in a better position to figure out what and how to kind of craft a program that meets the needs of the most of the community, but also meets our needs of getting people to hook up, getting people off of septic. I guess my bigger question, and it was kind of brought up by Councilmember Jones's comments, is typically we're talking about residential, but there's going to be some commercial. And so how, at some point that might be part of these projects, how would you measure the income level of those? Because it's not going to be your median income. So we might just need to figure out if it's a commercial property, if we're creating a sliding scale for them. You know, I don't know. I would venture to say that there's businesses across the community that have different levels of ability to pay. So we might need to think about that, and that would be something separate, I would imagine, than residential. But I don't really have a burning thought on what available means necessarily, other than some close proximity. I will leave it to the other commissioners and staff to kind of figure out what that best is. But just again, the struggle with trying to get a community to sign up and get on board with these programs really and truly boils down to the cost. So anything we can do to make it more palatable for the community is going to, in the long run, make it easier for us to accomplish these projects. The past couple ones we've done have been very emotionally difficult, to say the least, on the communities and on staff. And having some kind of process where everybody's treated the same and we're not making up the rules for each project separately, I think will give some continuity and help us move the entire program forward.
And I would agree with that. I think consistency is kind of the name of the game at this point, right? And having some sort of consistent way in which we approach it, which is kind of the idea of the SHIP, right? I mean, that was the idea of if we can qualify people for funding based off of their financial capabilities, it's consistent, right? We're not going and picking, you know, this person over that person or this community over that community. It's, hey, this is what we've put forward, and your qualifications are based off of your. Now, I mean, the difficulty is going to be how do you get that information? I mean, that's something I probably need to talk to Phil about and understand more of how do they evaluate somebody's, you know, medium household income? Where do they get the information? Are you depending upon that from the resident? One of the things that we talked about is it homesteaded properties? Is it, you know, because what we don't want to get into is people qualifying if they're rental properties, you know, if it's a landlord owned and they're renting that property out, I'm not sure they would qualify that for that kind of funding. So, you know, that's some of the things that I think that we need to work out. You know, some of the concerns I have, and I you know, I talked to Paul Carlisle yesterday about some of the concerns they have with the CRA. And, you know, the incentive program was in place there as well. And it's shocking to see those that don't take advantage of that incentive program. And it could be that, you know, the stick is not there per se. And I guess that's why I'm kind of looking at, we need, you know, that stick. And yes, there's maybe state statute. And again, Dylan and I maybe need to discuss this further of, you know, is there benefit to enhancing that at the county level, to make that stick more, I guess, what's the word, harsher, if you will. Because it doesn't seem like that stick is, even though it seems to be looming in the background, it doesn't seem like that's enough to really push people to connect when you had huge incentives for people in that CRA, and they just haven't connected, right? And so that's why, and I think that's gotten to them to the point where, hey, at this point we've got to do something. I think they're down to now. They started at 100% of the impact fees, and they're down to like 40 or 30%, and people still aren't connecting. So I think incentives are good, but they're not fail-safe, and so you still need that stick at the end. So.
And yep, Sean, I think it's exactly that we just haven't enforced that stick, and so people just aren't afraid of it. So they just said, no, I'm not going to hook up, and county's not going to do anything. So I think we just have to make a policy decision that we are going to use that stick, and then I think when the first few neighbors start getting code liens and stuff they haven't hooked up, then the word will spread pretty quick.
And that's, I think, the other idea of that funding mechanism. Is there some way we can come up with some way that if they have to pay when they connect, and we force them to connect, there's a way to spread that cost out over a period of time, so it's not just some big, you know, bill they're having to foot right there. So.
Okay. Did you get enough from us that you can bring something back sometime?
Yep.
Okay. Very good.
Thank you all.
Thank you. We've already taken care of the county attorney matters, put on our solid waste disposal district hats, 15B1, the 18th Amendment to Republic Services. I'd entertain a motion to. Second. We have a motion by Commissioner Adams, second by Commissioner Flesher, and this is just to amend the contract with Republic Services to take into account the any additional costs from Hurricane Ian coming by. Anyone from the public wish to comment? Seeing none, all in favor signify with aye. Any opposed? Carries 5-0. Second item is approval for continued off-site disposal of concentrated leachate.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Flesher, second by Commissioner Adams, and this is continuing our current program where I think it's at over 1 million gallons that we've removed, which is helping us generate more landfill gas, which is helping us meet the qualifications for that contract we have. All right, any comments from the public? Seeing none, all in favor signify with aye. Any opposed? That carries 5-0. Commissioners, that takes care of the agenda. I think we are good until November, so we're staying adjourned.
Or
Like it's an emergency.